announce what you all did, what Claudia said a second ago. It is a plan for us to finish ahead of time today. Like that, it seems like a lot of discussion time. It doesn't mean that we have to take it all up. That's like 4 hours without any presentation when you include lunch. So she did say it before everybody got here, but do not look at that and look at sticker shock. Well, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. I will start and preface this by saying this is not a new story that I'm getting ready to tell you. This is the same story I told at the policy retreat back in November. It's the same story I told at the budget.
I know a hymn that sounds like this. There is a Baptist hymn that sounds just like this, the old story.
The old story, the same old story. If I were to sum it up, if you have other emails that you want to read while listening to this conversation, let me sum it up for you.
We will not get caught doing that.
The revenue growth is slowing. Expenditure growth is growing. That is a problem. It is a problem this year that we have tried to deal with through the manager's recommended budget. We ultimately are proposing a 3.25% tax rate increase to make up the difference between revenue growth available and expenditure growth that's desired. That may or may not be enough, but that's the fundamental issue that we're facing. You all know that. You have decisions you can make on top of it. So you're not going to hear anything new, but you are going to hear the same thing. And we'll talk about, it's not just this year we're looking at 24, 25. There's some future issues out there that are concerning as well. So, and you've heard me say decisions you make today affect decisions and outcomes that will happen in the future financially and otherwise. So just want to say that before we get started. Claudia?
Yeah, we can't reiterate that enough. Having just gone through a rating agency review, which was one of the most rigorous I've experienced in my 30 years, there's a diligence in which entities must govern to make sure they're prepared for the out years, and that definitely includes realistic expectations of affordability and realistic views of what's down the road from an operating perspective as well as planning for debt. Because as Keith has reiterated, the expenses are pacing faster than our revenues are keeping up.
So I showed this slide at the budget retreat, or the budget, retreat for you all, and probably the policy retreat. This is how the budget looked early on when we were developing it, well before the manager's recommended came up. We looked like we were in the hole. We had $33 million in identified expenditure needs and only 18, we'll call it $19 million in revenue to support it. We were already in the hole before we even really started with significant discussion about schools. This was before considering expansion of school DPS funding, before expansion requests for county departments, and a host of other issues that we might consider. Only point in showing you this slide is to show we started from in the hole just to get to flat ground. And I suspect we'll be in that same position in 25, 26, but that's another conversation for a different fiscal year. When we look out in the future, and Claudia, this is a big issue for Claudia, is sort of identifying future needs. I need you all to pay attention to these bullet points. I don't know if I'll go over each one in detail, but we had a sales tax interlocal change with Durham, the city of Durham, where we lost $1 million this year of potential growth. We didn't really have a choice in that because David and I did the math. There weren't any other options. But that number will continue to shrink as the city grows in the county. The split in that ILA will continue to change to our detriment. It may be 1 year, it may be 2 years, but that's going to take a hit on our sales tax revenue growth. Occupancy tax, you all are considering releasing occupancy tax to Discover Durham or whatever their new name may be in the future over 1 year, 3 years. That's a loss of revenue. It's about $5 million a year that we get for that. What will replace that revenue? There's really only one choice, and that's property tax, and or you reduce expenditure costs through reduced services or programs or increased efficiency. Obviously, our use of general fund balance is a number. We have used that significantly. We reduced the amount we're using this year, and we'll get to a slide about that. When I say this year, I mean the upcoming fiscal year. We'll talk about that when we get there. But in the future, we may not have as much fund balance available to use as a revenue source unless we make some different decisions. DPS funding obviously is increasing significantly every year. Universal pre-K, or the board's attempt to get to universal pre-K, means future expanded costs there. Employee benefits are going to increase in the foreseeable future. We jump over to employee compensation, obviously is increasing. Infrastructure funds are ending. ARPA dollars will end, but the needs that are being supported through ARPA dollars will not end, and we will have decisions there to make in the next upcoming few years. Eviction reduction, are we going to continue to support that and grow that? Property tax relief. On the one hand, we're talking about a 3.25 property tax rate increase. The city's looking at a almost 4 cent tax rate increase. We may change those numbers. That's 8 or 9 cents. We're only putting more pressure on this program in the future. The revaluation, how will that affect us? There are lots of things coming in the future that cause me to have concern about overall budget growth and how we deal with that with the available revenue sources. Should concern you all. With that being said, the manager has priorities related to the 24-25 budget. And as always, number one is an education-focused budget with DPS at its core. That can be seen in a $13 million, roughly rounded $13 million recommended increase in DPS funding for a number of needs. Also, it is the manager's budget priority to support county employees where possible. I think she has supported them as best she could within the financial constraints of this budget, with the recommendation for a 3% increase in salaries. Would have liked to have made that more, but financial constraints got in the way. She always wants to maintain county's fiscal accountability. We're doing that a little bit by decreasing our use of fund balance, leaving it available. Claudia just noted the toughest communications with the LGC as it relates to loans, long-term loans for capital projects. So we also want to focus on reallocating existing positions through supporting minimal new additions, and we'll get to that. We only are recommending 10 new positions this year. That's on top of 20 last year, but those 2 years that the manager's been here have been significantly lower FTE increases than the years previous to that. Positions are expensive, not only just to pay their salary, but the cost and benefits, space, and a whole host of things. So trying to maximize efficiency, minimize new additional FTEs. That does come with a cost because departments' needs are growing as the population grows. Claudia likes to point out very clearly that our population growth has been significant over the last decade, and that puts pressure on every program and the need for positions. All that being said, the manager's last budget priority was to put a pause on departmental expansion and wait for this to try to coincide with a more well-defined strategic plan, and also to allow a deeper dive this year where budget office and management and finance and every other internal service department is going to work with departments to try to review efficiency, sort of build their budget from the ground up. Claudia calls it zero-based budgeting, but we're just going to work with departments and say, what are you actually spending? What do you actually need to try to trim those budgets as much as possible to help support some of those future needs we just talked about in a previous slide. Claudia.
And one of the parts of this exercise is determining what service level we can offer. It's easy to say, hey, I have, a budget to support a particular service. It's tricky when we pull back on what level of service we give or if we need to discontinue. So that's where we will definitely need board support through that exercise next year.
And now we start with the same old story, or that old Baptist hymn, as Commissioner Carter referenced. Much of what drives our county budget each year is the natural growth in some key revenue sources. Natural growth is a growth without a property tax rate increase. It's just growth in sales tax revenue, growth in property tax revenue, growth in occupancy tax, Medicaid hold harmless. These things happen naturally, and as those revenues grow, we use those revenues to pay for increased employee salaries, to pay for increased benefits, to pay for operational increases, even to support DPS additional funding if necessary or if capable. This year is different. This year being 24-25, our revenue growth slowed significantly, except for property tax. Property tax continues to be the star of the show for Durham County. It's growing annually due to increased valuation. What is increased valuation? Every time you see a crane in the city of Durham or an RTP, it should make you smile from a revenue standpoint only, because that's valuation increase. And that increased valuation means increased property tax dollars without a tax rate increase. How much is property tax increased without a property tax rate increase? $22 million. $19.2 million of that goes to the general fund. $3 million goes to the capital financing plan fund. Remember, your property tax rate of 75 cents, 68 cents of that goes to the general fund, and it's 10 point some odd cents goes to the capital financing plan fund. And that's why. Yes, ma'am.
Could you remind me, have we raised taxes yet to cover debt service related to the 2022
we
bond?
did this year. Okay, in this time frame, when I say this year, I jump around. In the current fiscal year, 23-24, when you all approved the budget last June, it was with a 3-cent tax rate increase. 1.5 cents was for the general fund, and 1.5 cents was for the capital financing plan fund in relation to the 22 GO bonds.
Okay, so
We
1.5 so far?
1.5 so far. The key word there is so far. We have yet to take on the full debt responsibility related to those 22 GO bonds, and as we take that on, we may need a tax rate increase next year.
So really my question kind of was getting at refreshing my memory on exactly what we had raised, but also I wanted to ask you if you thought that the taxes that are set aside for the property, for just what you just described, right? Say it again. We have some for operating, some for debt service.
68 cents for the general fund and 10 plus cents for the capital financing plan
Do you
fund.
think that the capital financing fund set aside is under the same kind of pressure that the
It's a great question. Occupancy tax by board policy goes to the capital financing plan fund to help offset debt service. If that money is routed to Discover Durham and it's not in the capital financing plan fund loses $5 million. Over 3 years, 1 year, let's just say they lose, what's 1 cent on the tax rate? Equal $5.3 million. You do the math. If we lose the occupancy tax, then the capital financing plan fund is going to immediately need at least 1 cent of property tax outside of natural growth to replace that revenue source.
Okay.
On top of other issues that may need it.
I was hoping maybe it was really sound and secure and we could borrow from that in order to have more for operating, but got it.
Well, and also, last year this time, there was a big debate on what number to budget for capital finance fund. At the time, sales taxes were going gangbusters. And so Keith talked about the occupancy tax issue we may face. We are facing immediately the impact of the sales tax decline. So last year this time, sales taxes, I think they grew from 22-23, we budgeted about 21 million more. So part of that for the capital finance fund, a small amount for the budget, for the general fund, most of that for the capital finance fund. So when we were planning last year, we said, okay, we're at a good place. Sales taxes are good, so we're not going to need to increase property taxes quite as high to support the capital finance fund because sales taxes have, for the past 3 years, grown at a certain rate. Well, you'll see, and you've heard, that plummeted. It's back to pre-COVID growth levels, okay? We're still growing, which is a good thing. But it has an impact. So I'm very concerned about that side of the house. And so, but in our 5-year outlook, as Keith said, we're going to have to adjust for that. And that's part of that planning process.
And can I ask you, Keith, to remind us what amount did we estimate or did we communicate to the public that we would need to increase property taxes by?
I think we said 2 cents,
Right.
a minimum of 2 cents.
minimum
Now,
of 2
again,
cents.
that was a year ago
Right.
or 2 years ago when we were planning a GEO-bond referendum and sales tax and occupancy tax and all sorts of other revenue
Thank
sources
you.
were doing gangbusters.
You drove right into where I was going because
There are no promises made. Go ahead.
But because I don't want people, because there are a lot of people watching this, and y'all, we got to do our homework because when we ask them questions, people get confused, and so I'm just as respectfully as I can. Like, you're right, y'all came to us with 2, possibly was 3. I remember the manager came. We called each one of us on the phone. It might have been 3. We got very lucky, and it was 1.5. Right? But then we came back. And we did a tax increase of 1.5 because people had already voted for 3. People had already voted for 3. So in their mind, they were like, okay, 3 might be possible. So when the manager came back, we did 1.5 for capital finance and 1.5 for general bond. So it was 3 cents, and we've already put that in. So yes, this is the group that can raise taxes at every turn. And then we are working with the General Assembly for this convention center that we should have had a long time ago. And yes, there's pressure on the capital finance fund because we're about to take that money away in the event that local bill passes. So yes, we keep making decisions to take money away from ourselves and overburden the tax. But I just wanted to throw that out. And for those who didn't watch the city council meeting, they're at 3.85. So please know that we are 2 bodies of government raising taxes on people. I was surprised the other week when the superintendent said that she watched. I was happy she did it. She watched our meeting 3 times. It was quite clear that folks on the school board did not even watch it once. So if y'all have not taken the time to watch the city council meeting and see that we're over here doing 3.25 and 3.85, I would encourage you to watch that and just know that for some of folks up here who don't pay their own tax bill, that is what we are sending to the public. And I'm sorry, Keith. I ain't got no questions, but I want us to really think holistically about what we have done.
Well, I just want to also give the context that the reason, one of the strategies around the Durham Next and redirecting some of the occupancy tax similar to what other counties do is because we have to look for new ways to increase our sales tax revenue. And the hope is that if we can support festivals and events and build a convention center one day that's worthy of our community and a sportsplex, hopefully we'll have other people helping to pay for the needs that we have. So sometimes I agree, and I hope later we'll hear more about strategies that you all are going to recommend for how we make this transition. But I just want to also share the larger context for why our board did make the decision that it did.
Board has to make hard, long-term decisions and investments about ways to make revenue that may not play out for 5 or 10 years. I do know that over the next couple of years, it's more of a loss of revenue than it will be a gain, even though the gain may come in future years. So let's get back to natural growth in revenue sources. Property tax, doing fabulous, has been doing fabulous for a decade now as Durham continues to grow. The only problem with fabulous is there's nowhere else to go but down. When will property tax growth slow? I don't know. Well, it's my job and my natural inclination to be nervous. We have been fabulous for a long time. All that being said, you heard Claudia say sales tax growth was relatively small. It was tiny this year. Natural growth in sales tax between the 2 funds was around $3 million. See sales tax under capital and sales tax under the general fund. Last year, that growth was $20 million. So a drop from $20 million to $3 million in growth is a loss of $18 million that you could hand out to DPS and various sundry departments and programs without a property tax rate increase. Investment income is increasing. Register of Deeds revenue is dropping for the 2nd year in a row. I asked y'all this economic pop quiz question at the board retreat, and I'm going to ask it again. Do y'all have an idea of why Register of Deeds revenue is decreasing for the 2nd year in a row? Correct. The Register of Deeds collects money from the sale of houses, And the sale of houses or property, not just houses, but property in Durham has slowed down significantly, partially because there's not a whole lot of inventory to buy and sell, but that's also related to high interest rates. People are staying in the houses they have, and people aren't buying houses because it's a lot more expensive to do that. So we've lost $2 million in revenue. I do need y'all to understand something here. When I say we go backwards in revenue from a loss of $2 million, it's really more than that in a field. If you all think about a salary increase you get every year, you expect, let's just use a $1,000 increase in your salary. If you lose $1,000, that's not a swing of just $1,000 loss. That's a swing of $2,000 to how it feels. You were expecting a $1,000 increase, and you got a $1,000 decrease. That's $2,000. Do you understand what I mean? From a net, how it feels to you. Because everything else in the world has gone up in price. Okay, Medicaid hold harmless was exploding, and I'll show you a more detailed version. That's a loss of $3 million. Fund balance, because of the tightening of our finances and the movement of some money to some different funds and to support LGC requirements and requests and needs, we're budgeting less revenue of a general fund balance to the tune of $4 million. So this is, yes, ma'am.
Do you want me to ask now, or should I wait? I have some questions about fund balance. Okay, I guess our chair's not here, but I'm going with it. So I'm reading what you're saying there, a loss of $4.7 million in revenue from fund balance, as meaning that we have this sort of like contingency line item where we transfer money from fund balance, but we don't really spend it, right? We hope not to spend it. It's a cushion kind of thing. Are you saying with the $4.7 million that we're actually holding back $4.7 million? We're not putting it in that line for contingency. We're banking it instead. Because we don't believe we have enough to transfer the 4.7 like we usually do. So that line that's our sort of cushion line is $4.7 million less.
Yes. Not
Okay.
being a trained budget analyst, I think, Commissioner Carter, you did a great job saying it is a revenue line item that we use that we never expect to spend. We never hope to spend. Yes, to answer your question, you said it correctly. The bigger question is, why are we reducing it? Partially because if you remember looking at the 22-23 ACFR that came out from the Finance Department, our overall fund balance percentage the general fund dropped significantly for reasons that Claudia can explain.
Well, some of which we did on purpose because it had been too high.
But that's 22-23.
Right.
What about the year we're in right now?
Right.
23-24 is a little bit scary too. These revenue estimates for 24-25 aren't happening in a vacuum. They're happening because of what I'm seeing in the current year we're in right now. So we have some expenditure increases. You all have had some fund balance appropriations significant that you have appropriated throughout the year for a host of issues.
Seems
where
like we
you
do it a
took
lot.
out of our fund balance.
Right.
But at the end of this fiscal year, we're not going to grow our fund balance as much as we normally do because we're not wildly over collecting in revenue this year, and our expenditures are higher than normal. So when I plan for next year, I'm not only looking at the 22-23 ACFR, I'm looking at what's happening in this year with Claudia and finance and trying to estimate, and I think this year is going to be tight. So I think the fund balance number, when an ACFR comes out for 23-24 sometime in the fall, is going to be lower. And I don't want to put pressure on that number for 24-25.
Because we always are trying to land in a range that when we try to borrow debt, when looking at the 5 years out, we have enough cushion to show that we are solvent and we have the appropriate mix of dollars if emergencies occur. And it is a delicate balance, and we do our best efforts to do that. But we're at the point now we must be very tactical. Some of the other reasons for tightening up the number is as we have a lower vacancy rate in some areas, some that are higher. We're also we'll freeze some positions next year, and so that will help us to some extent. But the volatility in some of the areas, not knowing how sales taxes may land, if they will continue to decline slightly. There are just so many factors. So a best practice is to not budget as much of your savings. 2 years ago, our fund balance was pushing 46%. And that was a bit high, but part of it was because we had our funds that were saved to support the debt service for the bond referendum in the general fund. And so we moved some of that to the debt service fund. Again, we're now close to around 34-35%. We want to stay in that 30 to 35% range because we are the savings account for the schools, for all the entities funded to us, and for us, we're looking at, well, what does that savings look like if an emergency happens? And so those are the parts that we're balancing. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We'll talk about the Medicaid hold harmless. I guess if I were to put an analogy, it's one I just got this week. We had an HVAC guy come and do an assessment of our system yesterday at home, and he was like, your system's 25 years old. I would recommend replacing it sooner rather than later, to the tune of $7,000 or $8,000 or $9,000. Made me grind my teeth. But if I were to take on that cost now, that's going to limit next year my options for yet another wonderful trip with my wife somewhere around the world. And that's effectively what we're doing here. Costs today are limiting my availability to use that money somewhere else in the future, to the tune of 4.7.
I wish I could figure out the analogy that would fit with like our personal lives, though, and how this feels to me. It feels like we're putting basically almost a cent of tax increase into savings, and yet we're asking people, we're going to tax people 3.25 minimum, right? And so it feels like, why don't we just spend that 4.7 and tax one, not quite 1 cent less, but close, right?
If you on average this year kept pulling from your savings account to your checking account to pay for groceries, to pay for an unplanned cost to fix your car, to pay for some increase in your child's college education, or he or she wants to go to Europe for a semester, and that's an extra $10,000. And you're like, oh my God, honey, we've pulled out of our savings account 4 times this year already. That's future money you were going to use. We need to fill our savings account back up, or use less of it when we're making a budget next year as a balancing number.
Or draw from it less on things that actually might be less important that you didn't know you were going to have to weigh one against the other. I mean, I find that extremely frustrating.
Yes.
We make these fund balance appropriations through the year without even blinking because we feel like our fund balance is ample enough to do that. But now we're limiting ourselves, even though we know we have some priority expenditures we want to spend money on. I bet you there will be some fund balance appropriations that will come through the year that if I had to weigh them now against some of these, requests that we're receiving from our departments and from the schools and from the sheriff, I would think, nah, I'd rather spend it on this. I'm sorry, we're going to have to hold on that one. So I don't know. It's kind of one reason why always when we do these budget amendments, I've wanted to know, do we have enough money in fund balance? Can you guys reassure us that this is okay? But we just do it, we just do it. And now we're in this pickle.
Well, I think it is a cumulative impact. It's also the philosophy. I know there was pressure at one point, like, hey, it's too high. And so we've even externally had some critiques. It's getting a little high.
I do understand y'all's position.
But I think for us, it is the balancing act. So we're saying we're not going to appropriate as high of a number as we did last year. But for the county side, we're also looking within and saying, hey, we're going to freeze spending. We're going to, we're going to put some other pressure. So which is, when you add all those things together, it's almost a penny.
I'm just looking for places where we can get some more money, honestly. Sure. And this looks like it might be one. I don't know.
Yeah, we understand.
And if I can just ask Deputy Manager Hager to talk about the conversations and questions we've had, rating agencies, local government commission, because now people are hyper-focused on our fund balance and the county's flexibility to be able to help out in emergent situations. So because we just issued LOBs, We weren't sure. We thought we were going to have to physically go before the local government commission because there were concerns that had been expressed about our fiscal health.
And could you clarify, manager, not ours, the schools?
Well, it's really the
like
schools.
Just say, please
Our
say it 3
ability-
years in a row, the schools have mismanaged money. My very first year, and then this year, and that's why they had to go almost hat in hand in New York. So I'll say it if you want. It has not been us. They have been very fiscally sound. It is the schools, and that's why they keep giving these insane exams every other year because the schools mismanage money. Period.
Listen, I totally understand the pressures and am feeling it deep in my gut.
Right.
But I also want you to please understand what my position, where I'm coming from.
Absolutely.
I hope I'm clear. You don't have to agree with it, but I just hope I'm clear.
No, yes, ma'am. We do understand. We know that the burden of any tax increase is tremendous. And as staff, we try to strike that balance of protecting the organization so we can maintain our rating, so we can actually borrow the money.
And that's why we hire you, and I am so glad that you're good at your work.
And so I think for all jurisdictions, post-COVID, there's a different level of scrutiny because you had this infusion of infrastructure dollars, and there's this focus of, well, how are you now going to function when it's not there? We had a lot of questions about, how we were functioning post-COVID funds, but most of our dollars are for one-time type expenses. There are other entities that did not necessarily plan in the same vein in phasing it out, and because of that, we got a lot of questions about that, and not only for us, but also for those entities who are funded by us, such as the schools, community colleges, et cetera. So from a risk perspective and the question, well, how are you going to pay for this? Because the pressure is back on the county in North Carolina because we are the ones who have the taxing authority and have, support when there is a gap from the state or the feds. And so from that perspective, to Dr. Sewell's point, it is not only how we manage. We got a lot of questions about enrollment, a lot of questions about just all that happened in the past few months. But it is our position that we have guardrails on how we manage, and our board sort of make sure we stay in those parameters and we allocate funds based on what we know we can afford. And when we can't, through the process of budget review and tax property reviews, that's when we try to address those gaps. So to Dr. Sewell's point, it's a more careful look because across the country, entities are trying to close gaps that are significant, and we are fortunate that the board for our federal funds were very tactical in how they made investments.
We're going to get to fund balance a little. Commissioner Jacobs, yes, ma'am.
And just to clarify, right now, what you all are recommending is that the amount is at 35%.
That's the fiscal policy recommendation.
We're going to come back to talk about the policy because we're going to change it either to a range, like 30 to 35%. The market is and that's the reason you have policies is to refine them every few years. And if you may recall, we brought a potential policy change to you about 2 years ago, and it was and we said we would come back, and so we're looking at that and we'll refine it, but we're working with our FA because ultimately our goal is to make sure that we can get debt, all right, coverage, and at the best rate. And so we'll work with our FA to bring a refinement of the policy, which will look at what's in the designated area and undesignated category. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
but just to get clarity, right now, what is in the proposed budget is what percentage is it?
Well, Keith, I think that's a separate question. So we're appropriating for fund balance. How much, Keith?
I think it's 19 plus million. We
19
have a
plus-
slide on this later, and I'll show you how
So
much
we're,
we're
Okay.
appropriating.
so we're appropriating 19 million. That's not going to jeopardize our level of percentage, but we'll come back with some more information.
Yeah, I haven't, I mean, I'm reading through the budget book, but I didn't see that.
We don't
typically.
deal with fund balance percentages as a relation to budget because we're dealing in make-believe dollars. The percentage is only done in the ACFR side after actuals have happened. So just so you understand the percentage, just even if fund balance, we don't use any fund balance, but we don't grow it, the percentage would decrease every year because it's two numbers. The percentage rate is the amount of fund balance versus the general fund budget. So as the general fund budget grows, you need fund balance literally to grow every year to keep the percentage flat.
Right.
That's right.
Well, yeah,
So
that's
even
not-
if you don't use any fund balance, but you don't grow it, the percentage would progressively decrease. That's just the nature of the size and the scope of government we are. The bigger we get, the more savings account we need to carry.
Right, exactly. And that's the fluidity of it all. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand where we are at now because I know that we have decreased
Yes.
the amount, and I know from years of hearing Scott Carter's presentations is that the reason why we need to have a bigger fund balance than other counties is because we don't have, for instance, Wake County doesn't have the same policy as us because we just don't generate the types of revenues that they have. And that part of the reason that we do get a AAA bond rating is, it's just kind of like all these different parameters that we're trying to manage and assets and deficits. So I just...
So we are a managing AAA. And so to your point, our reserves help us be positioned in a place as a AAA. And so what we're proposing is our shift to formally state that our general fund balance coupled with our debt fund balance, those are the areas that we will look at as far as our financial position. We were reflected very positively by our financial position and our governing and managing policies. That's the other part. How does the board manage policies? And the board's management of some of our recent crises reflected well on the county. And so it is a combination of many factors. We will invite Doug Carter to come and Jeremy and to remind us of this. Again, we live it a lot, but I need reminding quite a bit myself because it does lay the groundwork and foundations so that you can thrive for decades to come. And so...
Could I just throw, because I'm guilty, let me talk about myself first. We've interrupted y'all a lot. We only had an hour allocated. Perhaps we should have had more. It's not to rush y'all, because this is the first time folks have been able to go home and kind of ask questions of themselves. And not. So I am guilty also. I'm open to not asking any more questions until you all conclude. I would respectfully request that everyone else do that. You don't have to, but I know that we have 2 other teams to go, and maybe we could ask them at the end while they finish. Again, talking about myself also, so I'm not picking on anyone. But I'm open to doing that if everybody else is, and you all can proceed. But I get the questions. I say that with love. But go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's start with the good news. Property tax, natural growth and revenue, $22 million. $19.2 million for the general fund. That's money that you can use to spend on Durham Public Schools, can spend on salary increases, health benefit increases without any cost to the taxpayer, new cost to the taxpayer. Tax collection rate is still astounding. We're budgeting at 99.6%. You can't really get closer to perfection than that when it comes to collecting on property tax. Our tax base valuation, we have estimated at $2.96 billion. It's about almost 6% growth over 23-24. Before you say anything, and I know you're going to ask questions, can we push that number? We have pushed valuation in the budget office. You might see from Dwayne, I know Kiar's out, a little bit lower valuation. Our office has done some trending itself. We have pushed that number. So if you're coming to me and going, can we find a little bit more free money from property tax valuation? I would tell you, David 80s is not here, but if he were here, he would say strongly, we have pushed that valuation number enough to not be comfortable pushing it much more.
I don't police people. I said I'm gonna do it for myself.
So is that what you mean here? This is the underestimation, and you overestimate. You underestimated less than usual.
All of this is make believe. When you say we're not that good at like the truth, we are estimating a number based off of trends, but then based off our trends, we are budgeting a little bit more. But your fundamental concept is correct. We tend to be conservative on revenue estimates and a little bit more expansive on expenditures, and hope that difference makes up the magical fund balance that we're not going to get back into. That's how we make up our fund balance. Between those two concepts. This year, due to pressures we knew were coming, we've pushed up that revenue estimate related to property tax a little bit more than previous year's conservative numbers already.
100% though, right? Of what you really expect.
That's an unknown number, what we really expect. That's giving all of us far too much credit, including the tax office. We have used trending in the past and looked at growth, but nobody knows what's going to happen for the next 12 to 16 months in terms of valuation. It could all stop tomorrow. We could get in a recession. Things could continue and something brand new could show up. I don't know that. Tax office doesn't. We have to have some range. We're in a range closer to aggressive than we have been in the past.
All right. Got it. Thank you.
Just want to add really quickly. Good morning, Dwayne Brinson, Assistant County Manager. We never intentionally underestimate revenue. It's just that the revenue sources that we have at this time, they are all unknown, as Keith mentioned. We have the real property appeals period going on. We don't get the public service companies until September from the state. Motor vehicles, we're estimating motor vehicle values that won't come to us until a year from now. And then personal property, you see routinely on agendas, we have organizations and homeowners come in and ask for exemptions and brownfields. And you have all these things that come up throughout the year. We have to account for those as if they're going to happen so that we don't have to go into fund balance, and sometimes they don't happen, which is a good thing. But from the tax office point of view, we put an estimate out there that we believe is reasonable, right? Given the circumstances, given all the unknowns, given what's happened in the past, we believe the estimate is reasonable in any given year.
Yeah. Every year I have been here, we've underestimated revenue and overestimated expenditures by about plus or minus 2% on either end. And that is one way we build fund balance. I think that's one of our strategies.
How we make up the fund balance.
Right.
Yes.
So
and
anyway,
build it.
I understand, I think.
I just wanted to put the caveat that don't come asking us for more money from
and
property
I was going
tax,
to,
because
so
I'm
very
concerned
good.
about that number. Thank you for that.
The farm.
The manager has recommended a 3.25 cent tax rate increase. That would put the total property tax rate at 78.47 cents. That's the manager's recommended property tax rate. 1 cent of increased property tax equals $5.33 million, as Vice Chair Burns noted and remembered. 3.25 cents brings in an additional $17.3 million. What should be mildly concerning is apparently $19 million in property tax revenue. Natural growth is not enough. You need another $17 million to make this budget work. That's concerning. And I don't know that we feel like the manager's recommended budget is that expansive. Only 10 new positions, DPS, benefits, 3% salary increase, and yet you find yourselves needing a 3.25 cent tax rate increase. What does that mean for a home? It's $33 on a $100,000 valuation house. Very few houses in Durham County, and particularly in the city of Durham, are valued at $100,000. It's well over $300,000, I suspect, would be the valuation. I'm 99% sure after next reval it's going to be higher than that. Let's look at the current tax rate is 75.22 cents. The manager is recommending 3.25 cents more, which would bring the manager's recommended budget to 78.47 cents. So she is recommending a 3.25 cent tax rate increase. On a $300,000 house, that's $98. On a $300,000 house, an additional cent on top of that would be another $30 to the tax bill, bringing the county tax bill for a $300,000 house to $2,354. That doesn't include the city tax rate. That's just a county tax rate. This is the breakout I was telling you about earlier between the two funds of the tax rate. The tax rate, Vice Chair Burns noted last year for the Capital Financing Fund increased 1.5 cents to 10.11 cents. It increased 1.5 cents in the general fund for 23-24 to 65.11. We are recommending 3.25 cents, manager's recommending, in the general fund alone to 68.36 plus 10.11 equals 78.47 cents. That brings in a total of $418.6 million in revenue. So $39.5 million in total new property tax revenue related to natural growth and a property tax rate increase. $40 million in new revenue, yet it feels like we are not getting enough dollars to do the things that we need to do. Real property, this is the valuation. Real property is where all the money is. That's the buildings and value of land and the growth in that. What I want you to note is the last 3 years, we've been at 3.6% growth, 3.3. We are estimating 3.35 for the upcoming fiscal year. That's pretty significant. It's significantly higher than the 3 years previous to 22-23 and higher than some previous years. That is Durham County not exploding in growth, but we talked about being the belle of the ball or whatever, just fantastic, doing fantastic over the last decade. All property valuation growth. There are 3 distinct cycles here. That's why they're circled, and we just want to see it keeps getting better. It's been doing fabulous, but as I noted, my concern, it's my job as a budget director to be concerned, when is the dance going to stop? And I don't know when, and it may never, but we're at really high rates of overall valuation growth. That gives you $19 million a year in new property tax revenue, or $20 million a year. What happens when that number drops to only $15 million a year? Historical growth in property tax revenue. It's a complicated graph. It's not that complicated. It's just giving a lot of information. The key things I want you to note are the bars. Those are delta numbers, growth. The blue portion of the bar is natural growth. $22 million in 24-25. Remember, 19 of that million of that 22 is in the general fund and 3 million is in the capital financing fund. Yet you're putting an additional 17 million, which is the green, to property tax rate increase on top of that to make a budget that works, at least for the manager's recommended budget. But we did the same thing in 23-24. We didn't have a tax rate increase in 22-23. We did have a tax rate increase in 21-22 of 1 cent. What I want you to note more than anything else is look at the growth, natural growth, the blue part of those bars from 15-16 to 19-20 compared to 21-22 to 24-25. It's a whole different frame of reference in revenue growth, just natural. We've done really well in the last 4 years compared to years before that, but it's still not enough. We have to have property tax rate increases. And this is, in theory, the good news. This is the property tax rate over a whole host of years since 93-94. We had a tax rate increase last year, 3 cents to 75 cents. We're proposing 3.25 to go to 78.47. We will have a reval next year, and that number will drop as we go to revenue neutral or some equivalents. The revenue neutral rates are where those red bars are in this graph to show you how much it dropped. Huge drop in 01 to 02. Smaller drops in the next sets of revals. Because it will have been 6 years with the upcoming reval, I'm expecting the drop in the property tax rate to be significant. That's not a savings to taxpayers because their house valuations or property valuations will most likely increase on average to where it nets out, hopefully to flat. Some will win, some will lose.
Really quick, again, this is not ours. Abdul's mom has a question. For those of you all who do not know, Abdul and Aliyah's mom is Chair Allah, and she has her hand up and has had it up for quite some time. So I will give deference to Abdul's new mom so that she can ask her question.
Thank you, Vice Chair Burns. Thank you so much, Keith and Claudia, for this presentation. I had a question. Going back a couple of slides, sorry to take us back. It was slide 7, the impact of the 3.25% increase. And this may be a very silly question. I'm just looking at this and the chart portion. Can you help me understand? So the impact for the 100,000, it says the cent increase, the cost increase is $33 more per year for a $100,000 home versus 150,000 is $49. So that's a $16 increase. But then the 785 to 1,177 is a lot more than that. Can you help me understand that? Sorry.
The 700,000.
The $785 versus 1,177. Like that difference is like $400 versus.
Okay, can I jump in? Commissioner Lop, I hear your question because you're not here. So what he has there is what their tax bill is currently. The second one is just the increase. So if you do, I hate it because I know the math equation. That the 78 cents is per $100. So if you were to do 78 cents per $100 or 75 cents per $100 on $150,000, that's actually $1,177. That additional 3 cent increase is what 78 cents times into on every $100 is to $150,000. Don't be I done got savant like working with Dwayne, but that's what that number is every $100, and so that's what I did a horrible job.
That is you did a great job. That is actually it. That you divide the 150,000 divided by 100. If you want to do the math, and hopefully David did the math. I trust David. He's really good with spreadsheets. Did you check? Just so you all know, if you ever want to do it, you divide the valuation. 150,000 divided by 100 equals 1,500. And then you multiply that times 0.7847, and that will give you the tax rate, the tax bill, which should be $1,177, an increase of $49 from a tax bill at 75.22, which was what it was before the managers recommended. That's a new tax bill amount based on the valuation of the house, and then the third column is the growth in the tax bill because of that new tax rate.
Where I'm confused is like, so from the 100,000 to the 150, it's $33 to $49 increase. It's
correct.
$16.
Half of $33 roughly. Because another $50,000 of valuation is on that house. So the increase on that house has another $50,000 getting 3.5 cents charged to it, which is another $16. Every $100,000 is going to be a $32.05, $32.50 increase, or rounded $33. So another $50,000 is half of 33, which is another $16 on top of the 33. Does that make sense? So 200,000 would simply be double 33. In this case, David rounded down to 65, but 65, 66, which is twice 33. It's just $50,000 increments. Does that make sense, Chair Alam?
kind of.
No, okay,
I
and because I hate
no,
when
I
people
think
do
so.
this
I think
here.
I just need to look. I need to probably just sit down and work these numbers. I'm probably thinking too much about it.
Right, and for the public, because I think I know where my sister is. It looks like from somebody who hasn't looked at a chart like this before, and not that Commissioner Alam has not, but it looks. I think somebody might look at it and be like, "Oh, 785 plus 33, and then we get to 1,001," and that is not what that is. So this is literally what the value. So I heard you. I really do get what you getting at. The first question she actually asked was, how do we go from 33 to 49, but it's 785 to 1,107? And that is not an addition to that number on the other side is the addition from what it is from 2324 to 2425. And maybe an additional column might help because there might be some in the public who feel the same way that you do. It's because Abdul is so cute. It's all right.
Each one of those rows are separate. You
separate.
have to run your own math on each one of those rows. They are not in relation to each other outside of the formula that is used to get to your property tax bill. One more column that showed what, and I'm happy to... The 23, 24, where we came from to where we're going. Well, we could do that, absolutely. Special tax districts is not only Durham County tax rate. You all have to approve tax rates for special tax district. Most of our special tax districts are fire districts where you support volunteer fire departments, vehicles for them, equipment and folks. But we also have a special tax district out there and RTP that helps the RTP Foundation and also supports fire and rescue support out there. That's the DCFR. To make it clear here, Bahama and Lebanon are not asking. I'm sorry, I always get that confused. You know, I'm not a true native of Durham County, even though I've been here nearly 30 years. Bahama and Lebanon are asking for no tax rate increase. Redwood is asking for a half-cent tax rate increase. So folks living in that fire district would experience a 3.25-cent tax rate increase related to the manager's recommended budget and possibly another half-cent to their tax bill related to the Redwood Fire District. DCFR, which is out there in RTP, is doing great, is actually requesting a 1.5-cent decrease to their tax rate. Valuation has gone up so quickly over there, they're making more money on the same tax rate, so they actually can reduce it, which is great. Any questions about this slide? Moving on to some lesser news, bad news, depressing news, however you want to go with it. Sales tax revenue. Total sales tax revenue is not small. It's $131 million. That's a $3.3 million increase from last year, but that's tiny compared to previous years, and I'll show you that. $1 million of that $3.3 million is going to the general fund. $2.25 million is going to the capital financing fund per your policy. Article 40 and Article 42 sales tax all go to the capital financing plan fund to help support debt service and capital projects. Here's a history of sales tax since 2017-18. The blue bars and the green bar are the delta numbers. Those are the numbers I would ask y'all to focus on most. That's new money. Look at 21, 22, 22, 23, and 23, 24. You see 11 million, and you heard Claudia talk about 21.8 million in new revenue. Look at 24, 25. That's not the same. It's lost revenue. It's not a decrease. It's just tremendously slower growth. It's going from a bonus if you work out in some fancy tech company out in RTP of a $10,000 a year or $50,000 a year bonus down to $1,000. You got a bonus, but it ain't in the same ballpark. That's the key I wanted to show you here. Why are we doing that? Because we're actually looking at sales tax estimates for the current year barely meeting our budget numbers. Usually they grow well above that. Talk about conservative revenue estimates and over collecting. This year, that's not happening. We talk about fund balance, and I want to get in that conversation. Part of the reason I'm concerned about fund balance in 24-25 is because this revenue source isn't over collecting, even though thought we were conservative. You're reflecting that in the budget for sales tax, but we're also feeling that in fund balance. Yes, ma'am.
Keith, how does what we're experiencing compare to benchmarking with trends statewide with counties, but also on a macro level across the country? Just
statewide, in the major urban areas, sales tax growth is slowing significantly.
So the counties that we benchmark ourselves with, this is
Yes.
consistent
Yes.
trend and also consistent with national trends.
This is consistent with national trends. And when you think about all of the infusion of dollars that were in the market over the past 3 years post-COVID, the infrastructure dollars, the funds, spending patterns were just different. And so we're returning to pre-COVID years. So if you look at 17, 18, 18, 19, you see the growth, 3.5 million. 3.5 million. So those past 3 years were phenomenal. I'm hopeful they come back. We're still in a positive state. And so we hope that we retain at least that 3.3 growth factor and that it ticks up. But we are normalizing. And those patterns are seen across the country.
Across the country, people ask, I am not an economist. You hear words like recession, or you heard them more last year, but that keeps getting held off. Claudia made the point, a tremendous amount of cash was infused into the entire system post-COVID. And you see that in the 3 years post-COVID, 21, 22, 23. Problem is we get used to that kind of growth real quick. And so when that growth slows down, which it has, to 3.3 million, it feels like punishment to us because we forgot about 17, 18, 18, 19, 19. We just have to adjust our expectations. It is Claudia's hope and mine that that number next year is not 3.3. Maybe it's 6.6. I don't know what it's going to be. I'm still concerned we may have a recession. If we're talking doom and gloom, it could get worse before it gets better. Other major, that was sales tax, other major revenue sources. Where we lost money in register of deeds fees because of interest rates, we're going to earn a little bit of extra revenue because of higher interest rates for money in the bank due to investment revenue. So we're looking at a plus $2 million in investment revenue. These are delta numbers, the change, because that's new money. EMS patient fees, we're looking at an increase of $1.4 million. Register of deeds, as I told you earlier, decrease of $2 million. Lower fund balance appropriated, 4.7. So what we get in some, we had more than that amount decreased in some other areas. When I look at all other, what I call, this is not all revenue sources, other major revenue sources, doesn't include intergovernmental revenue, but some of the key ones I've noted, whereas in the last 3 years we had plus 10.8 million, plus 19 million, plus 7 million. What's the number we're getting for 24-25, Vice Chair Burns? Less than $1 million.
Don't make me keep saying all the bad stuff because I'm leaving. These other people can read. They just choosing not to. I'm going to beat you, Keith, because I bought a farm. I'm getting you.
This is the news I'm telling you, that the revenue growth has slowed tremendously, but our appetite for expenditure growth and needs has not. And so we find ourselves in a bit of a conundrum. Commissioner Howerton, you wanted to talk about Medicaid hold harmless. Here's the Medicaid hold harmless trend. What I want you to see, that table still astounds me. It was just starting in 2014-15 that we started to get a trickle as a positive revenue source out of Medicaid hold harmless. What is Medicaid hold harmless? Many years ago, we gave up Article 44 sales tax to the state of North Carolina in return for them taking on our county Medicaid costs that we used to pay out of DSS. So we no longer do that. They got the revenue to pay for it. They paid for the expenditures. But part of that provision was if the Article 44 sales tax grew faster for Durham County, even though the state's collecting it, than our Medicaid costs, we got money back. That started happening in 2014-15, $967,000. What I want you to see is look how fast that number grew from less than $1 million to $12 million in 22-23. What did I do after we got 12 million in 22, 23? Well, I looked at the past 3 years and saw the number went up from 9.5 to 10.6 to 12.2. You talk about a conservative revenue estimate. Guess what I budgeted for the current year in 23, 24? $12 million. Fully hoping to get 14 million, 15 million, because look at the growth of the previous years. Nothing in the economy. Look at the number that we actually got from the state was only $9 million. 9.3. It went backwards. What happened? Medicaid cost apparently across the state went up 20%. I asked a question publicly and caused quite a kerfuffle at the Department of Health when I jokingly said on the listserv, is this related?
Oh, your teams,
Your
your little teams text. Your little teams.
Don't want to bring it up again. Yes.
Please ask.
The managers,
I was
doesn't
getting ready to
matter.
ask it.
I was just curious why county Medicaid costs went up 20% across the state. Every county experienced that type of, which then outpaced the amount of Article 44 sales tax growth, which means we got less money.
Well, what was the answer?
I haven't got, cost went up. I don't know.
We're going to move to the next slide.
All that being said, if I'm only collecting,
We all got it.
if I'm only collecting $9 million in medical hold harmless for 23-24, what can I budget for 24-25? Well, I'm budgeting $9 million. So that's a loss of I budgeted $12 million in 23-24. Because of lower money, I'm budgeting $9 million in 24-25. When I really wanted to budget $15 million in 24-25. Remember when it's a loss of $3 million, but it's really a feel loss of $6 million. I was trending upwards. I went backwards.
Never lights up here, so I just don't think it's working. So how does that impact the citizens in Durham?
That is directly related to the 3.25 cent tax rate increase. We don't have this revenue, $3 million, I'm actually going backwards, plus for me it's another $3 million in growth that you don't have. That $6 million, had this grown at the same pace, would have been 1 cent on the tax rate plus. You could have given more to pre-K. You could have done a lower tax rate increase. You could have recommended more money for salary increases for employees. You could have given more money to pre-K. There are any number of things that could have done with that money. That's how it affects us. It's just, from an estimate standpoint, I have to go backwards, $3 million. And I'm concerned that it won't stop. What happens if 24, 25, we have higher Medicaid costs than we do Article? It may go down again. And then in the next year's budget, I have to go backwards again. The state is keeping more for themselves because they say that Durham County's Medicaid costs went up 19-20%. And I did some math on all the other counties because I collect that, and a whole bunch of counties had 26% growth in Medicaid costs, 22%. I mean, it was 30, 40, 50 counties. It was across the state. I don't know where it came from. I did ask the question. I haven't gotten an answer. Medicaid costs went up. Plus, Article 44 sales tax growth slowed. Just like our sales tax growth, I just showed you slowed, not $22 million in growth, just $3 million. Article 44, Commissioner Jacobs asked, how's the state doing sales tax-wise? It's slower across the state. Article 44 sales tax is just collected by the state. So if we had slower revenue growth and higher expenditures, we lose that money we had been getting. And I'm concerned that we're not done with that yet. Did I answer your question, Commissioner Howerton? Okay. Fund balance appropriated. I want you to see the growth. This is a number we use but never expect to spend. I said it's 19, it's actually $23 million of general fund balance that we are appropriating. But that's down $4 million, that $4.7 million, compared to what we appropriated in 23-24. It had been growing as a number to use as a balancing number, but remember, we were wildly over-collecting in our other revenue sources and underspending our expenditures, so we were able to make up $26 million, not spend $26 million, because we over-collected and underspent. I don't know that we're going to do that in 23-24 to the tune of $27 million. So that then also makes me concerned for budgeting for 24-25. So I just felt like we needed to slow down the amount we're using. We're still using $23 million just not using 28 or 29, that growth curve. If I had been growing,
The growth.
remember I talk about, look at the trend, the slope of that line before 24, 25. It was growing each year. It went from 26 to 27. All things being equal, had sales tax revenue continued to do gangbusters and Medicaid hold harmless, I might have gone to 28 or 29. That'd have been a plus $2 million. Instead, I went backwards. You got it. Any questions about this? This is the delta. This is sort of like new revenue that from a budget standpoint, and you see that we lost $4.7 million. Yes, ma'am?
That $23 million, that's the sort of what I'm calling contingency line item. That is not money that we appropriate from during the year when we make budget amendments.
Those amendments are in addition to this. This is the starting number.
Got it.
That's it for the major revenue sources. If I can take a deep breath, that's quite a walk through the good and the bad. Good property tax, bad everything else on the revenue side. Less than stellar. But that's just half the story. The other half of the story is the expenditure side. What are our expenditure needs? Well, we talked about additional funding for DPS. These are some of our priority expenditures. Managers recommending a plus $13 million for DPS. Pre-K investments, a plus $950,000. Employee compensation cost is $13.3 million. $7.1 million of that is the 3% proposed increase in salaries for the upcoming year. $6.2 million is fully accounting for last year's 10 and 11% increases that everybody got that we're paying for a full 12 months. That's $13 million. DSS mid, we increased positions due to Medicaid expansion. In theory, this is federal Medicaid and state federal. We get a lot of money from the states and the Fed for Medicaid expansion, but we took on 35 new positions. The cost of that to the county is an additional $700,000. It's $1.7 million in expenditures, but we're getting $1 million from state and federal sources, but it's still costing the county $700,000 to take on those 35 positions that were approved mid-year this year. Correct. I would need the DSS director to be here to answer.
We will.
Yeah, the thing is that you don't get enrolled once. You have to be re-enrolled every single year. So it's an ongoing cost. Yeah.
So minimal new positions, 10 new positions, roughly costing the county an additional $685,000 in the recommended budget. As part of the recommended budget as a savings, the managers recommended limited hiring of non-crucial personnel. What that means is freezing vacant positions.
Could I, because I wanted to say this last week at the school board meeting and I didn't have the numbers and I was on a roll. And this is that, is it 19, I know you know, Wendy, off the top of your head, excuse me, Commissioner Jacobs, is that 19,000 people so far that have been enrolled or 17,000, something like that? I'm trying.
We have, I think the last number I got was that we enrolled 11,000 people.
I was with 11,000,
and we're expected to
21.
do that within, we were supposed to do that in like a year, and we did it in 6 months.
Right.
So the state is actually now, I don't remember, we were expected that in North Carolina, I think the estimates that were 500,000 people were going to be eligible for Medicaid. They have now increased the estimate to be closer to, I think it was like 2 million people.
Right.
So it is amazing, but like the numbers are just going out the roof all over the state that there are so many more people that are actually eligible than was ever thought. Yeah.
So, right. And so the only reason why I asked for the number really quick, I wanted to have that number. I should have asked another time. But, and this is not about the comment that was made before, but, you know, the reason why I don't mind when money goes to fund balance is because I like the fact that we can be malleable enough to do this, right? Like, I like the fact that we had such a professional staff that we could do a turnkey job in like less than a month. and have job descriptions and hire 35 people, and now there's 11,000 more people in this county that got health care. And yeah, they got to, if you're familiar, like we were both pointing out, you got to re-enroll every year. So I do feel like the expenditures that we make with our fund balance dollars, or the expenditures that we make with an addendum to our budget, I don't think that, I was going to wait and hold this to the end, so I do apologize. Like when Commissioner Jacobs came to us with the 54 units of housing, that was $6 million. That was an easy yes for me. It's not reoccurring. I didn't mind spending $6 million on 54 apartments for poor people. When we bought the farm for $2 million, yes, there's going to be some programmatic expansion, but I thought, that the Briggs Avenue farm was insufficient for what our population wanted to do. And yes, one-time cost, but there'll be some programmatic expansion. So I just wanted to put it out there for folks who, I think there are some people who think, well, they spend money in the middle of the year on just frivolous things. Those 35 people got 11,000 more people access to health care, and I'm happy that we had the money to do it. And if the state don't come in with their $1 million, I ain't going to touch that, Keith. I'm still happy that we have the money to do it. So that's just what I wanted to say about our fund balance, but I'm done.
I think that's a wonderful push and pull between two different ideas, and neither one are right or wrong or fully. But yes, you should be concerned every time you pull out of your savings account and you use it mid-year unplanned. On the other hand, you should be happy that you have it enough available to consider mid-year turnkey, whatever the term. But both of those they're not in opposition. You need to balance out and ask questions on both sides. Great comments. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to give the exact data that I had. So for Medicaid expansion, the state had estimated that we would enroll 600,000 people over 2 years. In actuality, in North Carolina, we have enrolled 450,000 people in 6 months. And they're estimating that there will be 2 million people eligible in North Carolina. I just want to share it because I just think it's incredible, and everyone should know that. And also, Durham County, we, starting from, we were up to May, as of whenever this was, like a week or so ago. I'm sorry. We were at 11,448, and again, they're estimating that we would have 22,000 people, but we're probably going to have more. And also, I'm so proud of our DSS staff doing Medicaid expansion. A lot of counties they're not meeting the criteria every month, and they're actually they're not meeting the standards, and we are doing well every single month on Medicaid expansion. So, sorry, I just had to share that.
So we talked about one of the ways to save on the expenditure side was limiting the hiring of non-crucial personnel. An example would be is we have a vacant budget analyst position in Hawksworth in our department. Maybe the smartest one of us all decided to leave her job and go travel the world, and good for her. But besides that point, that philosophical point, that position will most likely stay vacant the entire year to save funds to help add to that minus $2 million. And that's hopefully going to happen. But it's going to put pressure on departments who may want or feel like they need to fill those positions. But we're struggling between expenditures and revenue. Additional funding for eviction diversion, that's a plus $780,000. We did ask departments for a second year in a row to find, to reallocate existing dollars and, in fact, actually find some operating reductions. So we found $1 million in operating reductions on top of $2 million last year. You can't keep going to that well every year and have departments continue to operate at the same level. We're asking departments to reduce operating budgets to help fund other things or limit tax rate increases. But at some point, with population increases, various other things, you can't make it all work by reducing spending while having increased needs. We are increasing our IEP, our industrial extension policies. These are our economic development grants we give to various companies out there. That's a plus $684,000 that's costing the county. Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Carter.
The pre-K investment line item of $950,000, I read somewhere, I think it was on the summary sheet, the budget recommendation summary sheet, that 500,000 of it, I think, was sort of like for prior year changes.
For mid-year changes this year.
Yeah,
yes,
mid-year
ma'am. And we're
changes.
picking that up.
So it's really only 450,000 new money.
Yes, ma'am.
Another issue I have.
Hard choices.
I know, but that's such a value. I don't know. We can talk about it later. Maybe we can have that added to the list of things to discuss in more detail or something. I don't know if anyone else is interested, but.
Monica, the slide, I think we've sat too long on this slide. Can you? Fantastic. Thank you. Yes,
I have
ma'am.
a question. That's confusing to me because in the manager's recommended budget, she had said that we would cover I thought we were going to cover the Murray-Massenburg pre-K, which is $745. So that would not cover it then.
No,
It doesn't cover all of the seats that were asked for from DPS, but it covers the amount of seats that Durham Pre-K asked for. And I think it was like 40-some seats.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I guess I do. Durham Pre-K was one of the things I want to have budget work session discussion on, but I would like to, I have more questions about that. So, and you probably do, Commissioner Carter.
And I would also like to note that we do have a set aside in ARPA that we were also going to blend. So, I'm sure we'll land at a good place, but just wanted to put that out. The ARPA funds, as you know, we have until 2026, but so it buys us some time. But this strategy helps us tremendously. Yeah.
And that was an intentional decision to offset.
That's
the
correct.
expenses.
Right.
So we talked about, try to move through this, $13 million for salary increases for employees, 3% pay increase, a COLA. That's $7.1 million. It's about $1.7 million for every percentage increase in the general fund salary increase on average. So if you're so inclined to give another percent, just know that that cost would be $1.7 million on top of this. Plus, we got to pay for last year's in full. That's $6.2 million. The key thing on here I wanted to point out was the employee health insurance costs. We saw tremendous growth. Thank you, Shannon Wright, in our office for doing some serious analysis and trending of our health insurance costs specifically, a little bit in our pharmacy costs, but in health insurance. Month over month, we've seen increases over the last 7 or 8 months. Remember, we're not done with this fiscal year of 30% from the same month last month, or 40%, 20%. And we're like, what in the heck is going on? We're still trying to figure that out with consultants, just higher cost, more people, less vacant positions than we had been carrying in the past. All of those things have made health insurance costs increase this year, which then means I have to trend out, or our office has to think about what does that mean next year. And it's like a $5+ million increase. Part of the solution that the manager is recommending, $3.1 million the county's got to find an increased cost, which is part of our budget, but we're also proposing a benefits plan adjustment for employees, a dual plan. It's basically some increased premiums where we're going to ask employees, if you want to get a higher level plan that provides similar type services, it's going to cost you a little bit more money out of your paycheck each pay period. So we're looking at $1.7 million. That's an offset. So instead of the county picking up that cost or property tax rate increases of 1.7, we're asking employees to take on some of the burden of their own health insurance costs if they choose the gold plan as compared to the silver plan. We're still giving a free for employee plan, maybe just not quite as perfect as it was in previous years. Hard decisions. Just know if you don't want to do the dual plan and you want to go back to the way it was, we have to find an additional $1.7 million in funding from somewhere to stay at the level we are and budget what we think are reasonable health insurance or insurance cost numbers. Commissioner Howerton.
Most of the emails that we've been getting have been from retirees, asking the question, why are we increasing their costs so much? So can you talk a little bit about that?
We're actually going to have a presentation from HR on that, and they will go into more details. And so if it's okay if we save that for a little bit later? Yeah. She's going to walk through all of the changes and then spend a considerable time on the retiree component. Yes, ma'am.
I do just want, because I'm not going to touch that because I know she has a presentation and I know we're 30 minutes over. I did just want to highlight, you said that, Shannon, thank you so much for the analysis that you've done, but I've been kind of holding this one. You said that we look across the state and from Medicaid expenses, we've seen an uptick consistently in about 50 counties of 30 to 40%, right? And then when we look at our own healthcare costs here in the county, we've seen from our employees who are not on Medicaid or Medicare, we've seen an uptick of 30 or 40%. I just wanted to elevate that across the healthcare market, whether it is employees here or it's Medicaid, healthcare costs are going up. So I'm not bringing this up about the compensation. I'm not talking about this. I just want to say there are a lot of things going on. It's not just the weight loss drugs, but I also think, and you brought this up during our one-on-one, we have people now who are finally getting surgeries that they could not get during COVID. Folks who need to get a knee replacement in 21 and 22 couldn't get it. Folks that needed to have fibroids took out, stuff that doctors felt were somewhat elective and possibly could have held on. Folks that needed kidney transplants. So I want to bring back what you said a second ago about Medicaid home harmless and just say this is a trend across every insurance or insurer, and that was all I wanted to say. And I could be wrong, but it just seems like it.
No, that's exactly correct. There are so many factors, and that's why we'll watch it carefully. And again, I'll let Deidre, who will do a much better job explaining all of that, but that is what our broker also shared.
And I would add that, remember, we talked that second slide in this presentation about 5-year trends. To your point, Vice Chair Burns, I don't know when this sort of cost increases is going to slow down. It's not just 24, 25. We might see 20% increases in health insurance again in 25, 26. And that will eat into your available slowing revenue growth in future years. You all have to be very cognizant of all of these things. The amount of revenue growth is simply, and I'm repeating myself here, but I need y'all to hear this, is not growing as it was, but your expenditure growth is increasing across almost every area that you all look in. Thank you, Monica. Just a quick summary of all funds. I told you we're getting perilously close to $1 billion budget. We're going to be a grown-up county with $1 billion budget. All funds, $955.86 million. I suspect by next year we'll see $1 billion. That's a 7.46% increase over the current year for all funds. For the general fund in particular, it's a 7% increase to $642.3 million for the general fund. What I want you to see here on the expenditure side is how the last 4 years relate to previous years, and it mirrors revenue growth, does it not? This is our general fund expenditure summary. In previous years, 15-16 to 18-19, 19-20, it was 17-17-20. Then COVID hit in 2021, and we sort of paused, and then expenditure growth in the general fund, I won't say exploded, but it's significantly higher year over year. Remember the columns? We're looking at the delta. Instead of $20 million a year growth, 37, 44, 51. We're at $42 million because health insurance costs are increasing, DPS, pre-K, employee salaries. The list is infinite on the expenditure side. But the revenues to support this for the last 3 years has been there and has been great. But the revenue growth isn't there this year, which means you have to make up for it with a property tax rate increase. But our expenditure growth has been exploding, and we are going to have to take a good look at that, which Claudia and I referenced at the very beginning of the break. This is just personnel costs. The biggest part of our budget in total is personnel costs, salary and benefits. It's the same mirrored image there. Look at the growth in personnel costs, 15-16 to 19-20, compared to 21-22 to 24-25. It's entirely different frames of reference. Just a few other general fund expenditure increases. This presentation isn't about reviewing those. It's just giving you a summary. Increased DTC funding. Last year, DTCC, I think, got well over $1 million, maybe even close to $2 million. This year, it's only a $220,000 increase the manager is recommending to support some locally funded DTCC positions. They get state salary increases, and we have to pay for that. $220. New youth home FTEs, 8 FTEs is $569,000. 2 new positions in cooperative extension to support nutrition services for low-income families, $110,000. Some increased operating funding to the sheriffs, $845,000 for various contracts for Microsoft services. Big ones for the Airmark food contract, better food, more food for a higher detention center population, increased fuel cost. We have an increase to our transportation budget that is significant, but that's no cost to the county for a plan for the East Durham Railroad crossing study at $2.67 million. That $2.75 million is offset by other revenue sources, but it is an increased expenditure worth noting. And DCM Jones is here if you want to talk about that a little bit. And then the replacement of county vehicles. The total cost of replacement of however many vehicles, I think it's 40 to 50, I can't remember, it's in your summary document, is $5.6 million. But it's $1.3 million more than it was last year that we had to find. Those are your expenditure increases in total. The FTEs, it shows 50 new FTEs for 24-25, but remember that's 35 that happened mid-year plus another 5. But only 10 new FTEs are being recommended, 2 for cooperative extension, 8 for the expanded new youth home services. Durham County's population, Claudia loves to note this and remind you, Durham County's population has grown by 20% since 2014. We support a lot of that population growth, which then has need growth related to it for county services by an increased population. But we're trying to slow down new position growth. Remember, the manager increased new FTEs for 23-24 was around 20 new positions. She's only recommending 10 for 24-25, even though it shows 50, 35 positions were related to Medicaid implementation. These are the 10 new positions. I won't go over it. You can see the growth. The chart there shows you the growth in new positions. We're at 2,313 positions across all funds. 95% of all FTEs are in the general fund. But since 2015-16, we're looking at, 320 new positions? Significant. That's increased insurance costs that we have to support, space costs, internal service departments, vehicles, whole host of things. Positions are expensive, not to mention salaries and those things. This is a graph that I've shown you in the past because you all have asked how funds work. We move money between funds. So I wanted to show you the grouping of funds. When we talk about the general fund, the finance department, and you look at the ACFR and it looks at fund balance, considers all of those blue funds to be general funds. It's a grouping of general funds. Then we have special revenue funds. And we move money to different funds. We move money from the swap fund to the debt service fund per board policy. We move money from the general fund to the capital financing plan fund, and then capital financing plan money to the debt service fund to pay off debt service. You see all this in the budget document. This is just sort of a visual representation of how that money moves. Are there any questions about this? It looks more complicated than it is. It isn't complicated. It's just to give you an idea of how money moves around. Yes, ma'am.
How much is the swap fund increasing, or is it?
It's not increasing. I am not budgeting you. Go ahead, Claudia.
And we can give you those details. We're not budgeting for it. We did cover it in the budget retreat.
We did, I remember.
And so we can get you that.
It was kind of flat,
It's
I think.
flat, yes.
It's flat as a revenue, but we hold that and then we use it in the debt service fund to offset the need for property tax rate increases in future years, or if we have a surprise project, that's a fund that we can go to pull money from.
I do remember one year when we were trying to scour the budget for some increased dollars, that we took some money from the swap fund.
Yeah, for some one-time items.
Maybe, I don't even remember what. I remember it was Ellen Reckell's
I think it was
idea.
related to health, public health. Yeah.
And I'm about to get to a slide that I'm going to show you something that we're doing for 24-25 that may answer your question. This just shows you how the general fund budget is set up, at least from a financial standpoint. There's the general fund, and within the general fund, there are functional areas where similarly operating type departments exist, and then there are departments within each of those functions. General government has all of those departments you see in the blue square box. Public safety is county sheriff, emergency communications. So when you look at the budget document, you'll see a function page. Know that these are the departments that are set up. It's just sort of by similar service area. And we have ACMs and DCMs that generally follow as much as possible these functional areas. This is the slide, Commissioner Carter, I want to show you. You all have a board policy that says Article 40 and 42 sales tax is collected in the general fund, but you say it must go to pay for debt service or financing of capital projects. So we move, we move the Article 40 and 42 sales tax. A portion of Article 46 sales tax by board policy goes to pay for school-related debt service, and the occupancy tax. And you add those numbers up together and a little bit more, that's $61.5 million from the general fund that's moved to the capital financing fund. Within the capital financing plan fund, you also get 10.11 cents worth of property tax, which equals $53 million. Then we get a little bit of interest earnings of $500,000 equals $115 million. $106 million of that is transferred to the debt service fund to pay for debt service. $7.3 million is going directly to cash to go to county projects to support needs in the county in the upcoming fiscal year. What is different about this graph than previous years are those two straight lines. Commissioner Carter, this is specifically for you. You're like, why can't we use fund balance from different places or extra money to support the general fund? Well, in fact, we are doing that. 1 million, almost 1.1 million of debt service funding is going back to the general fund to help offset general fund expenditures. 24-25. We've done it in the past on occasion.
On occasion.
We do it when necessary. I'm not comfortable doing it forever, and I'm going to get to that. And you could spend all of our fund balance in 1 year.
And then we
let me explain the 2.1 million is coming from the capital financing plan to the general fund. So that's $3.2 million in revenue that isn't a property tax rate, that is going to the general fund by robbing Peter, debt service fund and capital finance, to pay Paul.
Yeah. And we've done it over the years a couple of different ways.
The problem with this is one-time money.
It's one time.
And it is not identified to pay one-time cost. We will still have DPS costs next year. We will still have pre-K increases. We will still have insurance costs. We will have to make a choice. Do we hit these numbers again and hit the fund balance? If I don't use it until you run out.
I don't know if our modeling, I just don't know if our modeling
I'm going to do a highlight reel. I'm going to do a highlight reel. Y'all do this every year.
When we look at other debt coming online, if we want to do a referendum in upcoming years, if we want to do additional county-related projects, our multi-year planning on the debt side is a lot more rigorous. And so there's more caution, and we have economy-sensitive revenue sources supporting this fund. So when we talked about the sales tax and it plummeting and us not having that as an option this year, so that put more pressure on the property taxes. So right now we can afford it, but looking 3 years out, we were counting on that. So there's the discipline that the board always exercises.
In aggregate, you and Vice Chair Burns are asking the same questions from different sides, and neither one of you are wrong. Or making statements. Can you use more? Sure, until it runs out, and then you don't have money. Perry Mans just sent me an email, and we need to work on some windows over at the detention center to get them fixed to make for safety issues. That's a plus $1 million project that sort of pops up. How do we pay for that $1 million comfortably without losing our minds? We go to this money. If we have used all this money to support the general fund and I don't have it, then I am losing my mind. That gets back to Commissioner Burns talking about mid-year fund balance appropriations and feeling comfortable that you can do things when the world changes on the. However, you're also right in saying, how much do we need to save every year? What's a reasonable amount? Can we put some of it in play? There is no right answer. There's only what we're comfortable with, plus experts telling you what we should have to keep a AAA rating and what we should have to be flexible and stay financially stable as a county. All of that is in the framework of an environment where revenue growth is slowing and expenditure growth is increasing. Can you continue to feed that beast with one-time money? What happens when the money runs out? There are no answers to these questions. These are the deep philosophical ponderings of budgeting. There are models.
That is true. And we debate that. Yeah.
So see, she has checked out. She ain't even doing her job. She done left the ship. All I'm gonna say, this is it. No, I promise you I ain't laughing at you. But what I'm gonna do, because I love Commissioner. Maybe every year Commissioner Carter thinks the law changed, but I got a decent memory. I promise y'all, I'm gonna put together a highlight reel. Her and Keith have done this 4 years on this exact same set of slides. I have proof. I did. Some of the staff know. I said, y'all wait till we get to the ones where we got to see the different funds. They gonna go at it for 10 minutes. Some of y'all owe me my money. I'm gonna see y'all at lunch. But go ahead. I got a highlight reel I'm gonna do.
It is a well-known dance between the two of us, Commissioner. Real quick, Durham Public Schools, y'all have seen this slide. The increase in funding recommended for Durham Public Schools is $13 million, bringing their total funding to $200.9 million. That's a 7% increase, 6.9% increase. I say that in relation to a lot of departments that aren't getting that kind of increase. This is your focus. Remember, the number one manager priority was funding for Durham Public Schools. $6 million in recurring capital, that's not an increase. The funding increase is fully current expense funding. That will bring the per pupil funding increase up $413 to $5,063 per pupil local funding for Durham Public Schools. But we also fund another minimum $62.3 million indirectly for education-related activities. SROs in schools, $2.5 million. Public health nurses, $4 million, and a few other services. Nonprofits, $177,000. And that DPS debt service, remember that $108 million you saw in debt service funding on a previous slide? $51.7 million of that is estimated for current debt service on already built DPS projects we have to pay year over year. And pre-K support of $8.9 million. Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Jacobs.
I have a question. If we were not directly funding the $62.3 million, and it was just going into their budget, would it count in their per pupil allotment?
Yes, ma'am.
So I would like to know that number.
How much $62 million
Yes,
more would be on the pre-K?
If we add that to if let's say we weren't doing it the way we're doing it, and I don't want to change it, but I do think it's misleading because I don't think it's not really showing what the per pupil amount is.
That's a relatively easy formula. I can get you that number.
And that needs to be actually part of our going forward, how we present the information, because
well, it depends on of the general fund budget or the total. Yeah, you can call it. Yeah.
Yeah, so to Heidi's point, we need to know what is the per pupil amount and also what percentage of our budget is this really.
Okay.
And
For
because
total
that shows our
education.
level of effort.
Right.
We can do that.
Yeah, and to go along with my colleagues, we can take a break for this. I'm joking. I do want to point out that this is for the public that's looking. I do not want you all to look at my colleagues like they are doing creative math, because they're absolutely not. If you look at our neighboring counties, this is the math that they are doing. Right. When Wake County said that their school budget was $1.1 billion, the devil was in the details. They said it was $1.1 billion. the 1.1 billion was for schools, and then once you looked at it, operating was only 600 million. They actually had added in debt service. They actually added in what they added to Wake Tech. Like, we're not even doing that on this. So their per people, 40 million of that out of that billion was what they're giving to Wake Tech. So if people are sitting here and you all want to keep comparing us, to our sister counties, our neighboring counties, I agree with my colleagues that we need to also be using the same algorithm that they're using and be very honest and transparent about it. I think it was debt service, their capital improvement, Wake Tech, and their pre-K, and even with $1.1 million, I think they were $7.3 million short of what the superintendent actually asked for. But so I don't want anybody to say, well, why do they keep adding numbers? We are trying to give you all the same number that people around us are giving us. And also, I want to throw out, and this is not at Commissioner Carter, it's not. I think you made a great point. You said, why don't we want to be number one? When I got on this board, I think we were ranked 5th or 6th in pupil expenditures. We are now 3rd. So we are on track. Like, we have consistently been doing better by that body and have lacked a lot of transparency, but in good faith, because we care about children, we have consistently done our part. My only question, I've always asked, and this is the one where I ask every year, I really struggle to believe that our nonprofit direct support is only $177,000. So I don't need a presentation on it, but I just want to throw that out there because I feel like even mid-year, there are some things that we do that I don't know if we're adding up, because I feel like there are a lot more nonprofits that come to us mid-year that we give funds to, and they directly go or support our Durham Public Schools. So I just want to throw that out. That's not to take away from the hard work that you all did, but that number has always, from year to year, seemed consistently small to me.
It's a matter of definition of what a nonprofit is. If you're helping children's health, is that related to DPS? I think these are two main nonprofits that are very. It really gets hard when you start broadening the definition. I think
we do. I think other people don't.
Right. So we can definitely look at that. We prefer the conservative path when we're
Girl, don't use that word. They'll send an email about you.
I know. When tying it to DPS specific, because there are lots of nonprofits that we do fund that are directly or indirectly supporting the schools.
Thank you, Claudia. We're getting close to the end. Thank you all for your patience and all the questions. I want you to see this is Durham Public School funding, and remember I showed you general fund expenditures and how the last 4 years were fundamentally different than the previous years, and I showed you how personnel costs were fundamentally different, higher delta numbers than the previous years. Look at DPS funding as well. Not a judgment, it's merely a pressure that we are all experiencing. So 15, 16, it is a value. That's a great definition. It is a value. But the amount going to DPS in additional funding year over year has increased significantly starting in 21-22 through 24-25 compared to previous years. That is just a value choice that the commissioners are making. I don't see that number slowing down in the future. The delta number, that is concerning to me from a revenue and expenditure standpoint, regardless of values, financially only. I leave the values to you all. Where do we rank in terms of current expense? This is 22-23 data right now because this is what I could get available or Claudia and I could find available. Current expense rank, we're 3rd in county-funded systems. We are number 1 in the assessed number 22 in assessed valuation per capita. What does that mean? We're not as rich. This is one definition of rich in terms of valuation compared to some other counties in North Carolina per capita. Who's number 1? Dare. Does that make sense? Dare has a low population filled with a lot of wildly rich people who have $10 million houses on the beach. Ergo, they have a number 1 valuation per capita. We're number 2 in funding, number 3 in funding for schools, but number 22 out of 100 counties in the assessed valuation. We, as a value to a cost, to some sort of, it costs the county, it hurts us a little bit, make a choice to fund DPS versus some other things, be it through an increased property tax rate increase or doing less in some other areas. Because we're not number 3 in assessed valuation. We value DPS. That's all this is showing.
We value public schools.
We value public schools. County school system local funding, just to give you a frame of reference, I want you to stop at the top left table, start there. These are different school systems that we sometimes compare against, and it's the number of locally funded positions in each of those county school systems. Durham County's third in that list. And over the years, as of 2023, we're funding 1,144 positions out of the $190 million we give DPS. $200 million is being proposed for 24-25. But this goes from 2019 to 2023. The second table shows you the number of students, ADM number of students for those same systems. I simply did the math and said, so you can compare, because different size systems have different number of locally funded positions. I divided and said per number of students per locally funded position to equalize, to compare big counties against smaller counties. You all following me here? And so Durham County, that green line in the bottom table says for 2023, we have 26 students per locally funded position. Equalized in comparison against Charlotte-Mecklenburg, Charlotte-Mecklenburg has twice the number of students per locally funded position. Forsyth County Schools, which I consider as close to a sister system as Durham County's in terms of racial makeup and socio-economic makeup to Durham County, has 40 pupils per locally funded position. There are a lot of locally funded positions in Durham County compared to these other counties. Orange County Schools has a little lower number of students per locally funded position, but they're also number 2 in the state in funding. It's just another example. It's just one simple example to show you the value that we have for public schools.
Yes,
and
it's a value. Yes. Don't make it seem like it's something
I'm
negative. This is positive. I'm proud of this. Thank God.
I wish everybody else was proud of us. I wish everybody else was proud of us.
Because even so, we're top in the state. We're still bottom of the frickin' barrel in the nation. So, thank goodness we're top in the state.
Just another frame of reference. That's all this is.
I'm proud of us. The people that bought a billboard on 85 are not proud of us. The people that are going to march in here are not proud of us. I agree with you. I'm very proud of us. And I'm going to keep saying this till I'm purple in the face. How can we keep giving more money and these kids keep doing worse? Like nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to, and I'm sorry. It's just, I'm not blaming the teachers. I'm not blaming the parents because I'm not a teacher or a parent. But I'm happy that I just feel like every time our finance staff tells the truth, somebody says that we're anti-teacher. How when it's the truth? All he said was, and I'm going to throw this out there. So Wake County's budget, they have 1.3 million people. We have about 300,000 people, right? All right, so we're a quarter their size. Their budget was $2.1 billion. Ours is $1 billion. We are a quarter of their size, and yet our budget is 50% theirs. Let that sink in. They have 10 other cities. They have 10 other cities to do a cost share with EMS. They have 10 more, I think more than 10 more police departments. There's so many, and I'm proud of what we have been able to do. I'm very proud of it. I just wish other people were proud of it. And I think what we do throughout the year is a disservice because we allow the community to tell our story. And we don't tell it, and then the people sitting over here get punished for it. Let's really talk about it. The letters that we got, the very first sentence said, and it reminds me of the emails that we got in 2020. Look at the majority of the emails we got. It literally says, I am disappointed in Dr. Kim so well. That's the first sentence of every email. They don't even know this sister. They're not disappointed in the four of us. They're disappointed in her. Why? Because the world told them to be disappointed in her. That's the same, and I'm going to say it, it's the same emails we got in 2020 with Wendell Davis. It's the same ones we got with Beacos. It's the same ones we got with CJ Davis. So no, I'm proud of us. I want everybody else to be proud of us, and I want us to tell our story, but we don't do that. We don't go in the community and say, look at what we've done. We let somebody else tell that story, and then we get beat up every year about it. That's all I'm saying. And I feel like I should be allowed to defend the people in this room throughout the year, not once a year when a group of people come in here with a ski mask and a brown paper bag and a bunch of emails that say, I'm disappointed in a county manager they ain't never met. I'm sorry, Keith, go ahead.
Pre-K funding. We're going to end on this slide. We've already gone over briefly. It's an increase of $965,000, but $500,000 of that is catching up from a mid-year appropriation this year. So it's really only about $450,000, and it is to increase a portion of the seats in theory at Murray-Massenburg, but we can bring pre-K in and have that discussion at a later work session. I just wanted to show you those two slides on the expenditure. That's it. You know it. We can have discussions. That is the end of the rather long budget presentation.
Really helps clarify for the community. Yeah.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I had some just tax-related questions. One is, I didn't see in the budget book where the ABC board money is reflected.
It's in there. It's under the major. I don't have the budget document in front of me. We'll find it for you.
Okay, because I wanted to just see what was.
I think it went up 50,000 or 100,000 to like 2.7 million.
Well, I would hope it would have gone up at least 100. What I'm mostly interested in what they are allocating to us. So yeah,
2.7 I think is what it is. We can see the document fine, but we'll get an answer for that too.
Okay, and then my other question is, with the trends around sales tax, how are we doing with the transit tax revenue? And is it within what is projected in the Durham County Transit Plan?
That is not a number that I look at because it doesn't come to Durham County. It goes directly to the transit folk, and it is entirely up to them to do a budget versus actuals, not up to me.
But what we can do is give you some information on those revenues collected, because it's sort of, as
Okay.
Keith said,
I mean, because, we have a half-cent sales tax in our budget. I just didn't know if it's trending the same way, but
It
yeah.
is. It's
Yes,
trending
it is.
roughly the same way, slower growth.
So we'll
Okay.
follow up with that.
Yeah,
So-
so I'm just interested to what that means for what is in our transit plan and how.
That's a great-
I mean, I know that was done very conservatively, but that would be good to know.
So Wendy, that the Go Triangle budget will be approved, I think around the 12th, and it's not trending well. It's trending just like it is for us here at the county. As the chair of the board, we discussed the finances on yesterday. We've been talking about it. So it's not good anywhere.
Yeah.
For the first time, Go Triangle's not in the red, but it has there's a lot of twists and turns about it. So we're hoping we're going to keep it out of the red, but we've got some challenges right now. And I'll share that with you later.
Thank you. I have one other, sorry, I've looked at my list. Could you also get to us, I know you had one slide about the historical trends with the sales, with the property tax rate. Could you also show us or get us information showing the trends, maybe over historical trends related to exactly the amount of our property tax increase and combined with the cities at the same time? Just understanding because, most residents are paying both the city tax and the county tax. Last year, the city did not increase taxes at all. We did the 3.5 cents. 3 cent last year. So, already we know this year we're at 7.1. Is that correct? So, this is a historic, I'm trying to understand the historic nature of how big already this tax rate is going to be for Durham residents. So I think it would be helpful for us to have that data, just to understand.
We can get on that.
Thank you.
I passed out a piece of paper. David Ades was listening from home, all ever responsive, and he has delivered a slide that gave you
Thank
the
you,
23,
David.
24 tax rate.
You're welcome,
That's
Commissioner Long.
We will be emailing it to Commissioner Alam. That's about near real time. And we will get answers to your questions.
This is why I fight for y'all unapologetically every day.
Rock stars.
This was a fantastic presentation. I actually believe we all fight for our staff and stand up for our staff and respect and love our staff and think they do amazing work, even when we push a little, and when there's sort of healthy tension. I did want to also say that as far as being proud of the work that we do and the value that we have for Durham Public Schools and how it's reflected in the budget, I've been responding to every one of those emails that we get and trying to help them see that, yes, we fund the schools at a very high level in this state, and it's not just the per pupil expenditure that goes directly to DPS. There's $62 million in all these other social supports that we provide, so that it will just help be sure people understand what the realities are of how we fund the schools and what the overall budget constraints are. And I hope that helps. I hope it helps.
Commissioners, we will now transition to the benefits conversation. We covered the tax slides in our budget overview.
Welcome, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. We appreciate being able to come before you with the benefits plan update. I am Deidre Gonzalez, the benefits manager here at Durham County Government. We are here, also here, Dara Richardson, who's also the Assistant Director of Human Resources, under the wonderful leadership of Kathy Everett Perry, the Chief Human Resources Officer here at the county. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay. We are here to talk about our benefits fund, primarily, specifically, talking about our medical and our pharmacy plan. Overall, our spend through April 2024 is up by 22% as compared to the same time frame as last year. $19.7 million has been expensed as far as our claims for medical, and then $10.4 million is spent for pharmacy at this point in time. Some of our contributing factors as it relates to our budget considerations for the upcoming fiscal year was, of course, our pharmacy and the medical and pharmacy trend has increased up to 9%. There is an increase pharmacy spend, and the mixture of drugs that are being filled under our plan is a contributing factor as well. Our current enrollment count is 2,120. In a different slide, you'll see how that plays a part in our budget, but that is an increase of 6% over our average enrollment between July through April. And then, in addition, last year there was no changes to our rates, so our renewal was pretty much constant at 0%, so there was no increase. Our current broker analysis reflected that our renewal should have been a little over 5%. Our self-funded health plan contains our fixed cost, which is administration and then stop loss. And at the bottom, you can see what the stop loss insurance is. For those who are not familiar, but those costs make up a little less than 10% of our benefit plan fund, and then the remaining is our claims, as we are a self-funded medical plan. So 90.3% of our plan spend does go towards our employees and the pre-65 retirees' health claims. This is a chart to show you fiscal year 23-24. This is our current spend, how they're coming in on a monthly basis. As you can see, starting with July 2023, our total employees and pre-65 retiree count was at 2,005 members. If you go down to our current enrollment count, that is 2,120. So that is an increase of enrollers or enrollees, on our benefit fund of about 115 or so. And of course, that is the same for our total membership. You will see the difference of our total membership is growing on our plan as well, which means we have additional claims or additional bodies to pay for claims for. I want to draw your attention to our gross paid medical claims. You will see that with our gross paid vision exam only claims. In addition to our pharmacy claims, we'll then give you our gross paid total claims for each month. We include the vision exam because on our medical plan, all employees are eligible for a free preventative eye exam, so that lets us know employees are seeking out the vision plan services. But as our gross paid total claims, you can see is 30,089,443. That is as of April 2024. Of course, we still have more that we have to post for claims for the remaining fiscal year, but this is literally just to show you where we are as of right now. I want to draw your attention to the loss ratio column to the right-hand side. Loss ratio is reflecting the amount of claims that we are receiving in comparison to the amount of premiums that we have budgeted for each month. Anytime the loss ratio is over 100%, we have over budgeted. We are under budgeted, if you will, So, for example, August 2023, we are at 122%, so 22% over what has been budgeted. I'm going to draw your attention to this next slide, which looks very familiar, the same slide. However, this is a rolling 12-month period. This reflects more of our increase in our enrollees. May 2023, 1984, but as of right now, we're at 2120. That is an increase of enrollment counts of 136. And then our total membership is a little 160 additional bodies that we are now, responsible for claims. You will also see that gross paid total claims is 36 million in compared to the 30 million on the prior slide. This, with our rolling 12 months, this reflects 7 out of the 12 months where we have been over the 100% for our loss ratio. This is a visual to share that over the past year, claims have exceeded the amount of budgeted premiums in 7 out of the 12 months with that rolling 12-month chart that I just reflected. This is a slide of our highest paid claims as of today. As you can see, there majority of the top 10 are related to cancers, and this is a continual talking point that I have to speak to you guys about every year. Cancer is very prevalent in our population, but this is just to draw your attention on how the relationship, which is on the left-hand side. EE represents employee, SP is spouse, and CH represents child. So there are high paid claims for a variety of our members, and this is ultimately what those claimant totals can reach just under an individual. So one person with, for example, liver cell carcinoma, that claim was $290,000. That was the top fifth claim. So this is just to show. Yes, ma'am.
Quick question, only because you've given us dates on every other one. I would just be curious, is this a calendar year? Is this the last fiscal year? Only because I don't have,
this is the current fiscal year.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And this slide is this slide is showing you that our prescription utilization is from July 2023 through January 2024. These are our top drugs by spend. Of course, we hear the giggles. I think we know what the giggles are for. The red font is signifying that those are those GLP-1 drugs that everyone is speaking of, right? We definitely saw a change in our members utilizing some of these drugs. Of course, we know some are specific for diabetes, but we also know that they help with obesity as well. And some, for example, the Wegovy's and the Majourneys the Wegovy's and the and there's other ones that are specific for obesity that, you know, our employees are taking advantage of. One of the questions I'm sure that we will ask is there any way that, what are we doing, right, to kind of cost contain ourselves when it comes to these? We've looked at different ways. We've done an analysis in partnership with Cigna, and we've looked at prior authorizations. We looked at utilization management, which also means that whenever an employee is trying to fill these prescriptions, Cigna will go an extra step to say, hey, are you over this BMI, or do you meet the criteria before they fill it? Anything outside of that would only cost the county $100,000 in savings for the year. So that's where we are. We decided to just keep it as is and keep an eye or watch out on those types of medications. And if we find that our spending is continuing to increase, then we will look at carving out metrics or some type of other case management tools that we can use specific to those drugs. But right now, the savings opportunity right now only appears to be $100,000 for the whole year.
I just want to throw out, I would love, I'm just saying this for Commissioner Long and Commissioner Jacobs, who will be here afterwards. It would be interesting, and maybe I'll tune in the coming years to see if you all continue to spend at this rate, to see if we do see a drop in asthma medications. Some of the diabetes medications that don't have anything to do with weight loss. I see y'all were horrible because y'all actually put them in red. Wegovy, Ozempic, Mounjaro, Trulicity, and Ribosys is one that they've now added to that category. But for the, Dexcom, for the Farxiga, for the Jardiance, for some of those that don't have those, it would be interesting to see if those ranks went down, because due to the weight loss, people are not taking hypertension medication. They're not taking asthma medication. And for some folks who don't really have chronic arthritis, might just have arthritis due to weight gain. It's just a thought, because I think we're going to see that, and I think that's what the state is seeing, especially since the treasurer cut it off in April.
But to your point, that's one of the reasons we didn't make a change, because we don't have data yet, and we want to see what that data shows us, and how it impacts the utilization of the other pharmaceuticals. Yes.
Full transparency, I don't have arthritis no more. Let's see if that makes the internet. So
wonderful. And I think that's also one of our mindsets is, those that are taking this medication we don't want to appear as if we're an obstacle, right? In the long run, it's going to help ultimately reduce all the other comorbidity or other types of illnesses. So we're just looking at our data and we are reevaluating. Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was looking at medical claims, and I think it would be really interesting to see if we can then see any reduction, any of the diseases that are related to comorbidity with obesity or things like diabetes and things like that. And also, it's amazing because I just did a quick math, and it's almost 20% of our employees that are using these medications. It's pretty extraordinary. I mean, I think it's really fascinating to see, to track this and see what the impact is. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
The gross paid pharmacy claims have been increasing, just looking at that chart again, But I feel like I heard you say, I kind of went out real quick to get a cup of coffee, and I may have missed it, but I feel like I heard you say that the pharmacy is not the biggest driver of our increases. Or is it one of the biggest drivers?
It is one.
It is one
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
biggest drivers.
Because of the mixtures of the medications that are being prescribed. Some of these medications, of course, are specialty and they don't have a competitor, right? So they are able, the manufacturer able to, charge us
Really
whatever.
charge a lot.
Absolutely. So those are specialty medications for oncology types of patients or cancer. That continues to be our same bullet that we have to bring to you guys, that those specialty medications are still very expensive for our plan benefit.
Thank you. That helps me. Thanks.
Well, what Commissioner Carter just asked, I'm wondering, are there any generics on the horizon for some of these medications that will anticipate also reducing costs or lower cost options?
Are we referring to the specialty ones or just the ones that's on the list?
Well, any of them,
In
but especially
general.
the ones, we're seeing the biggest cost in, right, Ozempic and Wegovy. Do we know on the horizon, are there going to be other options for people?
We know that there are, for example, like Humira, there are going to be there's actually an alternative right now that is being through the market. So that there will be a change in our Humira if some of our members definitely go to that new one. As it relates to like the Wegovy and Ozempic, we know that others are coming to the market. What are the price points for those? That's unclear, but we do know that more are coming to the market.
And I just want to follow up. These are newer drugs, so they haven't reached the threshold yet for a generic.
Right, I was about to say the patents. I just Googled all their patents just now. We a little ways off.
Vice Chair Burns.
Oh, hey, it's Abdul's mom.
Hey.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Chair.
Yes. No problem. Yeah, I had my hand raised, but I don't think you can see it. I just wanted to make a quick comment while we're on this slide in discussion. I just wanted us to be more cognizant in the way we have this conversation. I just didn't feel very comfortable. I just want to be very frank and honest with like how this conversation started with saying like, with the giggles around the medication names, and the specific uses. I think we need to be more cognizant and sensitive of what these medications are used for and the fact that obesity and weight loss are health conditions, and to not make light of that when we're having these conversations, because these are drugs that benefit our employees, benefit people's health, and we should be sensitive of that. And I think it's really important for us as a board and a team to make sure that we're not stigmatizing conversations around obesity and diabetes and weight loss.
So, Chair Lum, I didn't know what the giggles were about. I just kept looking at the numbers. I really had no idea what that was. Were you finished? I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Long. Go ahead.
My question has to do with providers, and I'm sure that you have looked at and calculated the difference in the providers and the numbers as to what they provide for the county. I'm just wondering, as you evaluated the different providers, what did you see in their quotes as to how they rated the counties and what they provided as far as a package?
Are we referring to like the prescriptions, or are we referring to the plan design?
I'm talking about the plan per se, and in other words, when you calculated the providers, were there from last year or the year before? Where did you see as far as the numbers?
I am unclear of what we were referring to at this point. I do apologize.
Companies have different numbers that they present.
Okay, so we're referring to our, like, for example, our medical provider.
Yes.
Okay, we did not go out to bid. In the past, we haven't went out to bid for medical since 2019.
Okay.
So we've been with Cigna since then. They've provided us renewals since that type, we renewed 2023 with Cigna. So that's the last time we've actually did any types of renewals with our medical provider. So what we received when we renewed was going to the pharmacy, we were able to get at least $7 million in some concessions, which affected our medical and our pharmacy together. So that was the renewal proposal received.
Okay, so it's been 7 years since you have considered going out to bid for another company.
Yes, since 2019. 19, yes, ma'am. So that's about 4 years.
Okay, I was just curious as to if this was the best rate that we could get.
So as it relates to, Cigna provided us a very great rate back in 2019, hence the reason why we decided to move with them. When it came to our pharmacy and moving that from RX benefits, within the last 2 years, Cigna also provided those $7 million in concessions, and that was the richer company that provided us with those rich concessions. So hence the reason why we moved to our Cigna pharmacy at this point in time.
Because we had CVS pharmacy
We
prior
had CVS pharmacy.
to that, and Cigna was able to yield better savings, and
Okay.
as Deidre said,
Better savings, and plus we would then
more
actually,
concessions.
then we actually also, the advantage with going with Cigna was we were able to get our rebates earlier so that it would hit our benefit fund during the same time frame of the claims being issued.
Okay, well, thanks for that information. I just know that sometimes when you have been with a particular company for long periods of time,
Yes.
It shakes up things a little bit. If you go to a different company, you get better rates, and you may not. I'm sure you check that out, but I was just curious.
Our brokers typically always tend to go out to bid for us to see what those proposals would look like when it does come time for us to renew.
Okay,
So, yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Jacobson, I'll hold my comment. Go
Yeah.
for it.
No, I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Howerton's point. I really would like to understand, I mean, that was 5 years ago, and especially if we're seeing increased costs, why did we not go put this back out to bid?
Well, do understand that in the midst of COVID, in the midst of everything that's been happening, inflation, everything is rising as we've as we spoke to this earlier. Healthcare costs also rising, and then Vice Chair Commissioner Burns also shared that everyone is now doing their medical procedures that they had negated to do during COVID. So the increase, of course, is because of the inflation, because of we have an increase of enrollees, and then just the amount of the services that are being provided.
And I just want to chime in really quick to give a little bit more detail around this. Don't forget, we're still recovering from COVID, so we're seeing the aftermath and the costs going up because individuals are having additional issues that may be the cause from them having COVID. And so that is something that is being studied throughout the country, the total impact we're seeing of COVID overall.
Right, I know, but I'm just questioning, that's not what I'm questioning. I'm questioning just the process. Right. And when is the next opportunity that we have to put it out for bid? Because, I mean, we've been always very proactive about making sure we're getting the best deal, and especially since this is such a huge driver in our budget and really impacts our staff. When is the next opportunity for us to do that?
And so if I can add, that's one of the things we're talking about, that benefits broker. We did go out to bid for a new benefits broker who was instrumental in helping us evaluate and put out the bids for the providers that we use. And we just selected a new benefits broker for this year, and we realized some savings with the fees from the benefits broker, and then the broker will then help us develop that process to go out to look at and look at new providers and those proposals. That was the first step in doing this. They just select a new benefits broker.
And so for right now, we are locked in with Cigna for 3 years. So we'll have fiscal 26, we'll have an opportunity to go back out to bid.
We can always break it. We've done that in the past. So
Okay.
rest assured that is an option. We did it with one of our providers in the past. It was not received well, but but as the manager said, this gives us the chance to revisit. It's been a different stage post-COVID. Not only rising costs, but for your own personal self, think about, I don't know if you can easily sometimes call your doctor, get an appointment easy. All of those kinds of things are factors that are rising. The increasing time for folks to wait to get services done, and then also driving up costs because they're dealing with supply chain issues or employment issues as well. So we are doing our best to navigate this, but we'll come back to the board with recommendations on the path forward.
Thank y'all. And I do, before we go to Commissioner Lum, I do want to throw out not the elephant in the room. I do think that the women up here do hold ourselves to a higher standard. I honestly, sincerely do. And I think there are times where we will sit up here and talk about our fibroids and we will talk about breast cancer because the public does not talk about fibroids and breast cancer. And many times men sat in these seats and women did not feel comfortable talking about those subject matters. And I think that we are now at a point in our culture where we can talk about obesity. And perhaps everyone is not at that point. And you could see me and my colleagues maybe argue a second ago, and then we will literally be in the back talking about Spanx and bra sizes because we do absolutely love each other. And so that is our humor. It is no one else's. But that is why I ended in full transparency and a point of personal privilege for about 60 seconds. There are maybe 3 people in this room who knew 2 years ago that I could not walk out of this room. Maybe 2. Monica was one. There was one more. And it was because I gained so much weight. And that was back in 2022. And my giggle was a giggle at somebody in this room who came to me for counsel after they saw I lost weight in 22 and 23 and wanted to know how. And I'm a state employee. They don't cover these medications anymore. The county does. So I am happy that folks have access to it. When my doctor came to me and told me that I was possibly, it made no sense to me. I had lost 100 pounds before to give my sister a kidney. She ended up getting one. COVID, I work a full-time job, which some of you say I constantly remind people, but it is because I go to work and then I come here and I try to put the work in. I gained like 80 pounds in this job. And so I did go on Manjaro. That is not a plug. That is not a push. But since we love to embarrass Whoopi Goldberg and we love to embarrass Kelly Clarkson, by all means, embarrass Commissioner Burns, who sits here right now and got on the scale. And I saw a number the other day. I haven't seen it in a decade. My blood pressure is 116/67. I do not have diabetes and I do not have arthritis. And I want the women and men in this room to share in that same joy. I am unapologetic about that. Absolutely unapologetic about that. So for those who I might offend it with a giggle, it is my joy. And I shut my joy down for no one. The fact that I am in a better position to give my sister a kidney if she needs one, I apologize to those who might have been offended, but I don't apologize for being happy about it, and I don't apologize for the women in this room who are now in this position to do the same thing. Commissioner Lum, you had another question.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chairman. I had a question regarding, so this plan changes and the tiered options for the plans. Is it technically like something even that this board, I don't know, I'm just confused with the timeline of it all because it seems to me like it's already been approved and moving forward, but it's coming to us in this budget to vote on these changes because I was looking, I got the email for the open enrollment changes and it's already telling employees to go into the system and choose their buy-up option before we've even passed this budget. So has this already been implemented?
Okay. And so I can respond to that. It is something that I approved and suggested as a part of the budget to minimize the expenditure growth. To my knowledge, the board has never had to approve changes in our benefit plans. It is not something that comes to this board for approval. It is something that if you all wanted us to revisit it, we certainly would, but it is at the manager's discretion as to how we implement benefit changes to make sure that we are not creating expenses that we can't support. It's an administrative decision. I fully support the board's desire to want to change that, but it is an administrative decision. And so I understand people sent emails, and that's what brought this to your attention. And I will tell you, I've spoken to our staff who works. They understand this, and they say, thank you for what you've done for us in the past. We know that this is something you would not have made this decision if it were not necessary. Staff understands that we had hard choices to make this year, and they are supportive of this change. However, we will certainly defer to the board if you would like for us to go back and revisit that, but it is not something that has had to come to this board for the board's approval before.
And can I also throw out there? Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Lum. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, okay, that's a helpful clarification because I think just the way it's been presented, like discussed in the budget, made it sound like it was something that is like a board conversation and a board discussion. I appreciate your clarification, Manager Sowell. And like, yeah, from my perspective, I would prefer like to keep county employee benefits the way that we've been able to provide them. I know that would cost, I think it was 1.25 million in the difference between changing to this plan to what we've been previously covering, and I'm supportive of us continuing at that level to make sure that our employees don't have to do these tiered options and continue to receive the same coverage as well as our retired employees.
I do just want to throw out I've talked to some of my colleagues. I haven't talked to all of y'all, and I've talked to the staff, and I'm happy to hear you say that because I did want to give I am indifferent to it at this point, simply not because I don't hate employees and not because I don't want to spend the money. I think this is the best insurance. I wish I could sell this to young people and say, please come work for the county. I've had insurance all over the state. This is the best insurance I've ever had. But you know what I also know? As a state employee, I, along with every DPS teacher, has a tiered plan. The teachers have a tiered plan. I remember back in the day when we had a 70-30 with the state, a 80-20, and a 90-10. That was back when we had Kaiser Permanente. You could have a baby for $45. I was looking forward to having a baby for $40. If you had 90-10, you know that insurance, But I do just want to throw out. I know this is one of the ones where even some of the staff push back at me. I don't have a problem with a tiered option, because that's what our teachers have. They have to choose between 70-30 and 80-20. I don't know what ours are because I haven't looked at all of them. I know y'all sent me the email. I'm not going just crazy for someone to say, well, if I were here next year, I would not have a problem paying into a plan because I've always paid into one, and a significant portion of our employees in this county pay into a plan. And so I do just, as we're sitting here saying we want to make sure that we're equal in pay. Everybody's talking about how we can get to schools in 1922. Also recognize our teachers pay into a tiered plan. And I don't have a problem, and I'm sorry, y'all, I love y'all, with our employees here having to do the same thing.
Just a quick comment. Since I have the longest tenure, our manager is right about the commissioners not really getting involved in the benefits plan. The only time that we really have that input is when it's brought to us to approve the dollar amount and inquiring about so that we understand what's going on. And that's where my question is coming from, is understanding, because we've been getting the questions from our citizens why are you doing this? And, what about our benefits? So to be able to relate back to them when we ask questions, what's going on. So I appreciate the input, and I appreciate the hard work that you do. But I also would like to see a revisit of the carrier at some point to really evaluate what's possible. You know, what are the benefits that's possible that we can get in the coming years? Yeah. Thank you.
This slide right here is showing the dual option medical plan. Prior to this, I had the benefit analysis to show you the benchmark, to show you what guided us here, right? So if I can do the benchmark, if you allow me to, we benchmarked all of these different jurisdictions with their benefits, you know, to capture what Vice Chair Burns said. We do have a wonderful benefit package, but we wanted to truly take a deeper dive into what our benefits look like in comparison to others. So all 10 of the largest counties in North Carolina is included, 8 of the 10 largest cities, and then we also included the state health plan just to have a comparison, right? This is the lowest cost plan for each jurisdiction and the lowest cost copay plan. So here, individual medical deductible, before we even made any change, you will see that Durham County was green at the $750 deductible mark. What that meant is before the county kicked in with their funding, the employee had to meet their deductible outside of any preventative services that are already free and included, right? Prior to any change, it was at $750. As you can see, some of our counterparts, the state had a $1,500 one. We're more so to the left and kind of centered. With the update, the buy-up plan has the deductible as $1,000, so we still feel that we're very competitive. And then we also offer the base plan, which is at $2,250 at a lower monthly, a lower premium cost to the employee, of course, with the base plan. We also, with our benchmark, we also inquired to see how many plans each jurisdiction had. There was 32% of our jurisdictions that already had 2 plans, and only about 15% that only had 1. And at that point, we only had 1. So we felt like it was great for us to offer a dual plan because we have a diverse population, right? We have some healthy employees or employees that maintain their health and they don't really go to the doctor and don't have a need for that one rich benefit that we had. So they would, in essence, sign up for the base plan because it's cheaper for them, right? They may only go to their preventative exam and then maybe a follow-up for the year, but that was it. But then for the buy-up plan, that plan is geared more towards those families or those individuals that have more of a health needs or health necessities, or they foresee themselves having procedures in the upcoming year. So they would, in essence, do the buy-up plan to help them with, once they met that $1,000 deductible, that is when the county would kick in with the 80-20 split, okay? When it comes to the family medical deductible, the county was the 4th to the left at $1,500. With the base plan, it is now $4,500 for a family to meet the deductible. We are still ahead of the state's plan, Mecklenburg, Cary, and Charlotte. And then the buy-up plan, again, is $2,000. We're still trying to show that we are competitive with offering both plans. Individual medical out-of-pocket maximum, meaning the employees will not pay more than X amount of dollars per fiscal year. The base plan is at $4,500. And then the buy-up plan is $2,500. With the buy-up plan, of course, that stayed the same. You can see Durham County was already there, as is indicated in green. PCPs, primary care providers, specialists, and urgent care copays. This was a little bit harder to see, but you can see that Durham County was all the way to the left. We were already offering the cheapest, lowest PCP, specialists, and urgent care co-pays. But if you look at some of our surrounding, Raleigh was charging $25 for primary care, $45 for specialists in urgent care. The city of Durham was charging $30 for primary care, $60 for specialists, and urgent care was also was $30. We looked at this and kind of was looking at a good mixture, so that's why the base plan is now, the PCP is $30. The specialist is $50, still cheaper than our sister city over here, City of Durham, and then the urgent care is $30. With the buy-up plan, your primary care, you can go for $15, specialist $30, and urgent care $15. Generic copays, Durham County was already at the lower left with $0 copay. As you can see, others had already taken a stance and had a more of a cost share relationship with their employees. Greensboro was $10, Raleigh $10, Wake was $10, the state health plan was $16. So we had our base plan to be at a $10 copay. And I give you a caveat that a lot of the medications that our current employees are still on are considered preventative, so that means they are $0, so they would not have to pay a copay for those preventative prescriptions. Although the base plan may say $10, a lot of the times it's going to be $0 copay if it's a preventative medication they are taking. And then the buy-up plan would continue to be at $0. Contribution rates, employee only. So this is how much did the employee pay on a monthly basis for their premiums. Durham County was already towards the left, $0 with our current plan. With the updated plan, the base plan will still be $0 for anyone who, for all of our employees who elected, but the buy-up plan for the entire month would be $68, which is $34 and some change every pay period for the buy-up plan. And then the family contributions. What the employee is paying for a family premium rate. Durham County was the fourth one to the left, indicated by green at $235. With the updated plans, the base plan is a little over, is 8% higher at $253, and then the buy-up plan is $441 per month. So $220 per paycheck. And this is the benchmark kind of got us here to the dual option medical plan, continuing to use our current plan, which is on the far right-hand side under the 23-24, continuing to use that plan resulted in an 18.8% renewal increase. Just because of our plan design, that equated to about $6 million. With the alternative option, with also adding a dual plan and giving our employees a choice between the two, the change in plan design resulted in $8 million. 8% increase, which actually equates to about a little over $3 million. Here you will see that the base plan, the things that are indicated in yellow is truly what has changed from that current plan. You will see the base plan's annual deductible, and we talked about this already in the prior slides, $2,250, and the family deductible was $4,500. Plan out of pocket maximum is $4,500 to $9,000 for the family. Primary care is $30 copay. Specialist is $50 copay. Of course, if you look at the current plan, the primary care was $15 for that plan, and then $30 for the specialist. We still have that if the employee chose to do the buy-up plan. At the bottom, you will see the employee contributions. These contributions are per paycheck, so twice a month. The base plan is still at $0 for the employee only when they do their health risk assessments, of course. If employee and spouse is $77.34, that is an 8% increase from the current rate of $71.61. The employee and child is $53.73. Again, that's still an 8% increase from the current rates that we are operating under today. At the bottom, premium equivalent, what that means is how much does it really cost for us to, the premium for an employee who only uses employee-only coverage. Really, the cost per month is $947.37. That is per paycheck. We're spending that, okay? Excuse me, I apologize, per month. Employee only is at $947.37. So the county is paying for that per employee per month if they only have the employee only coverage. Okay. Any questions on this slide before I progress? Commissioners.
Yes, this is very helpful, because it's, going back and forth and trying to look at things like the co-pays and deductible amounts. One question I have is, what is the definition of a wellness rate versus not wellness rate?
So currently here at the county, we have the health risk assessments. So if an employee completes the requirements for the health risk assessment, then of course the county will give them a health risk assessment credit, and that amounts to $40 per month for each employee that qualifies and does what they need to do.
Okay, but that's another change that we had this year, which is that we used to make it really easy for people to do the HRA. We provided that, and then this year all of a sudden it changed to you have to do it on your own, which I know I personally found very confusing. So what's behind that?
So we did do a change of our HRA process. It was still, the criteria was to do a health risk assessment survey online through the Cigna website. Also do your biometric screens, the blood work to see what your numbers would look like, and do an annual physical. Those were requirements. That is a Cigna program. It was easier to administer, but also we did hear noise throughout the years that employees wanted the ability or the flexibility to do their HRA through their own provider. Some didn't want to come on site to do the mass HRA. Some were still very cautious because of COVID and didn't want to be around the crowd. So we wanted to, this Cigna program provided flexibility to allow the employees to go to their PCP if they wanted to, or they can go to the employee wellness clinic to get it completed, or they could have did it on the MD Live, which is a virtual appointment. The county pays for that for the employees to seek virtual appointments through their providers or through any available provider that is virtual. This year, we did hear more noise, and we are making some adjustments. We are going to have a hybrid approach this upcoming year, where we'll still have those other mechanisms, but we're also still planning to have a 1 week of a health risk assessment on site for those individuals that prefer to come on site.
I appreciate that you're doing that. And then, what I'm really trying to understand is that unfortunately again, as Keith reminds us of the context that we're in and the fact that, we're doing very conservatively just a 3% cost of living increase compounded with this, that is it really, what is the actual impact to our employees, especially those who have families? And does this really end up being a salary cut? That's what I'm concerned about. Is what is the actual overall impact? And I don't know if we could get some data related to different scenarios or averaging to understand like that. That's what I'm kind of to Commissioner Alam's point about this. Like I really want to try to understand what the actual impact is going to be for the take-home pay when all is said and done.
And so that's something that unfortunately we can't tell you now because different people choose to, different things for their insurance plans. And so that's something we will track, but we can certainly get that data to you once we know what people have selected and individually where people are with their plans, we can provide that data.
Okay. And I just think going forward, I don't really remember, to be honest, what we've done before. To Commissioner Howerton's point, this has happened before, but I do think before it has happened more slowly, and it's been, the rollout has been not kind of as quickly as this time. And I just hope that in the future we will do it in a way that there is more time to at least let staff have input. And so that, it just feels really rushed to me this time. And I just want to make sure that when we do this in the future, that we're really looking very, we're really looking at all the options in a way that's also bringing all the staff along as well.
We can certainly do that.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, I know they have this slide, we haven't gotten to it, but there were changes made back in 2018, 2019, but it was to reduce the cost for employees. And so you wouldn't have heard much about that. But please know that there was cost prior to looking at 16, 17, 17, 18. This type of cost was there for employees. And so the other conversation that we've had with staff is once we, feel like we have a good grasp on our benefits costs, we certainly have the option to, of course, like we did in 2018, 19, to roll those costs back. A personal decision that I made, I didn't feel comfortable adding this on to the property tax increase, knowing that we may roll back the costs if we're able to minimize the benefits costs. Because rarely do we go back and take back a property tax rate increase. I just didn't feel comfortable adding this to the property tax rate increase, knowing that it's a cost we may very well be able to reduce in the next year or future years.
Manager Solel, if I may, and then also to Commissioner Jacobs' last question and comment about the actual cost burden on the individual employees and their families. I know you're saying that we don't have a way to calculate that right now because it'll be based on the selections they make. And since open enrollment is open at this moment, and I'm sorry, I forgot what day it closes. Could we provide employees at least with if we have a formula or a spreadsheet so that they themselves, as they're making their selections, can see, okay, based on the different tiers, this is what my cost increase is going to be in comparison to what my COLA increase potentially may be. And so they could just have that overview as they're making their selections.
So yeah, the HR team, I think we're going to be able to do that.
We can look at doing that. We can look at seeing if we can provide that. Most employees have already done calculations. After the managers' meeting last week, they took the opportunity to look at what that may look like for 3%. And we've heard feedback from employees, just like you all have heard from the retirees, about it being difficult for some, but maybe not for all, depending upon their situation. Like Dr. Sowell said, some employees absolutely understand and they are in agreement with what's currently going on, but we do have employees who may have some challenges given the cost of living that is going up in this area, period, with the cost of everything being more expensive.
And it is certainly within the commissioner's right to increase the compensation increases for employees from 3%. You have that authority too.
So to follow up on that,
I appreciate that. And I mean, I think I've said my thoughts on the benefits portion. I know it's an administrative decision, but if you want my view on it, I've shared that.
And we can always make changes if you all require for us to open enrollment. Although it's going on now, if you determine changes to be made, that medical piece can be something that we engage in having individuals redo. We work at your pleasure.
having difficulty with the rate, are there alternatives for them?
We have actually, we have been educating our employees on using flexible spending accounts. That is a wonderful benefit that we would like to, we wanted to make them aware of, especially with this change in the benefits. We had a wonderful HR Connect session about 2 weeks ago where we invited all of our employees to a presentation on learning about flexible spending accounts, how they can kind of take a general estimate of how much you think you're going to spend through the year. Ask for a flexible spending account. The county pays for that cost of the administration cost of a flexible spending account, but ultimately they will receive, before July 1, they will receive a card, a flexible spending account card with those funds already on the card for them to be able to utilize for anything medical, dental, health-related, pharmacy, over-the-counter prescriptions, anything related to their health care or their family's health care. And what happens is with the flexible spending account, you might ask for $2,000 on this card and you have it because maybe that's all you need for your deductible, right? But the county actually ends up, every paycheck, we will take a deduct on a pre-tax basis from your paycheck. So instead of you having that $2,000 right there, I mean, you have it, but you kind of pay for it all throughout the year on a pre-tax basis. So that's kind of an alternative to assist them with.
And there's another cost we absorbed. Was it the cost for the HR?
It was. Our county manager absolutely approved all county employees to receive the HRA credit, which is the health risk assessment credit. So they also have that savings of $40 per month of savings.
Okay, well, that's really important because $40 per month translates into, almost $500.
$520?
$480.
$480.
For the year to go towards the cost of whatever they do. So that's, thank you. I'm glad. That's a very important point. Thank you.
And additionally, I will say with the change in the HRA process with Sickness Motivate Me program, whenever our employees do receive healthy results from their biometric screens, they receive $50 gift cards for their cholesterol, $50 gift cards for their blood pressure, $50 for their blood sugar, and then $150 for their waist circumference being underneath the threshold. So there are additional ways that employees are earning up to $150 each year completing the health risk assessment activity.
So would you go over this chart for me, please?
Yes, so this is just a chart that is reflecting all of our past changes to our retiree benefits policy. Although it says retiree benefits policy, do know that any changes that we make for employees, it's the same for our retirees. So these are changes. So if you receive back in 2014, 2015, we had 3 plans. Our richest plan, which was the premium plan, the retiree-only monthly cost was $119. So that was for the richest plan, kind of similar to where we are. With 15, 16, we decided to change it to core and basic because there wasn't a lot of participation under the premium. So there, we changed that in 2015, 2016. And this is, again, reflecting core and basic tiers. So we already had multiple tiers before in the past. Back in 2016, 2017, we had our accountable care organization tier, core, and then that basic tier. With the ACO, you can see that the retiree-only monthly cost was $0. The individual deductible was $750 for them at that time. And if they wanted to elect something higher, then of course they had that ability to do that. 17, 18, we had 3 tiers. And then starting with 2018, 2019, to now, we've had that 1 tier that we have been offering all employees regardless of their health situations, right? So we're very happy that we're able to provide them with a choice of 2 plans. And this reflects that the base plan for our retiree-only monthly is still just $0. But if they wanted a richer plan, they can buy up for a monthly cost of $68.61, which again, if you look in the past, we've had higher ones up until $119 and $80 in the past. So this is just reflecting that we're not averse to making changes to our benefits plans, especially when the budget is kind of guiding us in that direction.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to hop back because I know this is very important. I want to go over briefly our retiree benefits policy. It is our policy to provide access to quality and affordable medical, dental, and vision and life insurance as a benefit to our employees who retire from the local government retirement system in good standing. So as with all of our employee benefits, these benefits are always subject to change for future changes and revisions based off cost and funding. This is in our policy, and this is what we emphasize whenever we do have conversations with the retirees. Those that are in good standing and they're covered by the personnel ordinance, of course, they get to adhere to this. We've always been able to, number one, share how valuable and how we value our retirees and we support them. And we're very, very fortunate to have been able to provide them a $0 retiree-only cost per month with any of our plans, all the way up until, since implementation back in 2006. So we still continue to provide them with a $0 option as well, which is, access to that quality in our affordable benefits package. Our policy states that we will offer eligible retirees medical insurance benefits if they meet these requirements. So we kind of have a grandfathered approach for our retirees benefits policy. If our employees have if they have 20 years of service and they were hired prior to July 1, 2006, then we will offer them the medical insurance benefits. However, if they don't meet all of the criteria, then they still have access, but it will be on a prorated basis of time. Currently, we have 208 retirees currently on the group's self-funded medical plan because they're pre-65. Once they turn 65, then they move to our Medicare supplement and our Part D drug plan, and the county continues to pay for that as well. 204 of those individuals are fully paid because they met the criteria, and only 4 of them are partially contributing to the retiree cost. And again, that only ranges between 2% and 8%. So we have someone just paying 8% of the total cost of retirees, and that could be, 40 some odd dollars. Okay. And we've already talked about the past changes to our retiree benefits policy, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. If there are no other questions, we appreciate you all. Oh, Commissioner Carter. Here's me.
Great detail. I just think this was great. One question I have is about dental. Is it incorporated in, how does that relate? How does
The dental was not included in the presentation. This one was really specific to our medical and pharmacy, since that is the huge bulk of our benefit fund. Dental is running very smooth. Our premiums equivalents yielded a 0% increase.
Oh, wow,
so
great.
that's why the rate stayed the same, and no changes to our policy. We tend not to want to change that because that is just a Cadillac package, and our employees truly love that rich benefit.
Especially those who have bad teeth like me.
Yeah.
Right.
And we are giggling at ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Just we are giggling at ourselves. And everything's due tomorrow, correct, ladies?
Open enrollment is due tomorrow.
Thank you. I just wanted to put that out there for myself because I had forgotten. Thank y'all for sending me an email. But yes, we have to enroll tomorrow.
You have until 11:59 to turn it in tomorrow.
4:30 p.m.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And so, Vice Chair Burns, it's 12:10, but I don't know if you want to, because we did want to give you all time to talk about The other presentations we want to make for our next budget work sessions, would you like to do that now, or
Yeah,
do you want to
well,
break for
because
lunch?
I see that taxes left, they escaped.
Well,
They're
actually,
coming
we
back.
covered, because Dwayne stepped up and talked.
So we're good?
We're good. We
Okay, so
covered
that was the
everybody.
other
I
thing.
told us, yes,
If
yes,
you
we're
all,
good.
because I didn't see lunch back there when I came back. If you, it's okay, so lunch is back there. What is the pleasure of the board? Do you all want to ask some questions? Do you want to let it marinate and then come back? I was going, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Can we do it with a working lunch? Look at God. See, if I just take my hands off the steering wheel, somebody drives. So yes, working lunch, if that's okay with you, manager.
There's enough lunch for everybody. Please go eat. Thank you.
as well as for putting forth some really great ideas. We have broke for lunch, but we are now back, and we will start our group discussions, and I imagine that they're going to be facilitated by Dr. Kimberly Sowell, our wonderful manager.
Thank you so much. This was really good discussion today, and thank you all so much for the thoughtful questions. We wanted to accomplish two things this afternoon. One, wanted to give space for if there were other presentations and or discussions you would like for us to bring before you. We would like for you all to give us those recommendations so that we can work with the appropriate parties to make sure we get them scheduled. And then if there are any follow-up questions from anything that you've heard today that you would like for us to get information back to you, please let us know what it is that you need, and we'll make sure we follow up with that information.
Okay, if you don't mind, can I start from this way?
Yes,
and
ma'am.
let everybody kind of sort of go, do you need your list back? I took your list. Do you need
Okay, all right. I will just mention things that I know. I think Heidi was going to mention two things, so I won't mention those. One was I definitely would like the opportunity for us to be able to directly ask questions to the superintendent and Durham Public School staff. And I have a list of information that I'd like, which I will try to send today so that they have time to be able to be responsive to that. I will also try to write down all of my questions for staff today, the budget staff, and not take up any time in here right now.
Okay.
And then second, I would like the opportunity for us to bring Linda Chappelle back to ask some more questions about pre-K early, issues related to, Durham Public Schools and us and all of the resources. And also, I guess really we haven't figured out what are next steps around the 300 East Main Street property and what we can or cannot even do within this budget. And then the last thing was around Alliance. I don't think it will be very long, but I do want to have the opportunity to understand. I mean, I did notice that actually the funding is going down that we're allocating for them in the budget, but so understanding that, and also I'm specifically interested in support for Threshold. Commissioner Burns and I went to an event there. Alliance provides a much higher level of funding to Threshold, which is a clubhouse for mentally ill adults in our community. They are very, very effective, really amazing resource. And anyway, there's a big discrepancy into the funding that we provide versus Orange County.
Okay.
So that's specifically, I'm interested in understanding that.
And would you like, because I think we have Alliance scheduled for the June work session, if I'm not mistaken. ACM Pierce isn't here, but
I think it needs to be part of the budget.
You want it part of the budget?
Yeah,
okay.
and it could only be 30 minutes.
Okay.
But I think it, because, our ordinance, our rules and procedures around our budget work sessions is that we need to, the things that we discuss.
We can swap it out.
Have to be budget related, so I just want to make sure that it's part of the budget work session. Yeah.
And I just wanted to confirm really quickly that the Alliance item is listed as an agenda, it's for discussion at our pre-agenda meeting and our agenda prep meeting, but it is already up there.
So we can swap it out.
Okay.
Swap it out. Okay.
And maybe there's opportunity to swap something else in.
That's right.
Let us get to the end.
Yes.
I'll leave mine because I only really have one or two, so I will yield to my other colleagues. Hold on, before we go, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is Commissioner Lom still on, or if not? Okay, and so Commissioner Lom, at any time, jump in because I can't see your hand, but go ahead, Commissioner Carter, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. completely support the ones that Wendy has laid out. And I don't exactly know what to ask for this one, but I'm interested in some sort of discussion or information around what is in our budget, what needs to be in our budget in order to enact our goals that are in our sustainability plan. Remember, we have the plan, and it's kind of broken down what we're going to do, and just curious about understanding that a little bit better. And the other thing that I realized last night is that HSAC sent us an email back in February, I think, requesting funding. They sent it to the city and the county, and I know they were hoping that would be part of the budget deliberations. And it might be something that would come out of ARPA funding. I'm not really sure. It was quite a large ask. I think it was $2.3 million for each or something like that. So it was quite a large ask, very much needed. But anyway, if we could talk about homeless services needs and as they've been presented to us, I guess. That could also include the Homeless Services Center and the issues around the need for expanded shelter space and expanded services at our shelter, and what our thoughts are on that as far as how to fund some of this going forward.
Heidi, can I add to what you asked about the sustainability plan? It was also to get information about the resiliency plan that we heard from the Environmental Affairs Board at
Joint City County, right?
Yeah, and just what are the ways to move forward with that within the challenges that we have?
Anything else? That's really all for me for right now.
Okay. Chair Howerton, Commissioner Howerton.
So you were talking about Alliance. The thing that came to mind was the presentation that Wendy and I was privy to on yesterday around suicide. I don't know if Alliance has anything already in place for that, but we're experiencing a lot of suicides and with our young people, and I'm just wondering, is there anything in place that supports our young folks around that? And I don't know. We just saw an incredible presentation yesterday at NCDOT in Greensboro, and he gave us a number. I can't remember what was the number of folks that had committed suicide. I don't remember the number, but
119.
119. That's pretty strong. But just to put that out there. The other thing is, the USA Games are coming, and Hill Carroll has already spoken with Raleigh and got them on board, and I've asked the manager to meet with him tomorrow. We'll have a conversation so that Durham can get on board. I don't know exactly what his ask is, but we'll find out tomorrow. Because I think that's we have to be in the queue there. There's one with Hayti Reborn that's already on. And there's one other item that I think the manager's going to meet with the individual, and we'll see if we need to bring that one up forward. Gerald Spence, we just need to have a conversation first. Those are the ones that I have.
Wonderful. There are certain departments I do want to get some things for, but I do know, this is not like last year where we had a million things and there were we were jam-packed. So I do agree with my colleagues that I would like to see Durham Public Schools come back about a couple of things. I know that there's some folks who have questions on our board. I would only respectfully request that we submit those to the manager, and I've already talked to everybody about that, so that as they present their presentation, they can't say it was a surprise. Like, these are the questions that we have so that we can kind of work with folks and meet with folks and meet with them where they are when they do present. So thank you for everybody for doing that sometime. Because I don't want people to feel like they're ambushed. I never want people to feel that way. I know it might seem like it is not. It's just that's my question and answer phase. I agree, again, also agree with the threshold conversation. I'm happy that we're having it. It should not take long. I will throw this out here. The city and their current budget has come back, and they have recommended $1 million for Haiti Reborn Justice Movement. They voted it down last year. They saw how great it was, how many graduations we had. I was not prepared, in full transparency, to even bring that one up, but it is interesting that somebody got them there. I'm not necessarily requesting a presentation, but I would love to see, like, I know we're working on a $700,000 grant with them. I would love to see where we could meet them, because in a short time, we've had 4 graduations. And with so many more of our programs struggling to produce results, and with so many deaths, and a gang war going on, because that is exactly what it is. It is nothing short of that is going on in the community. I do want to make sure, and the fact that we hosted the My Brother's Keeper Summit on yesterday. I do not feel, let me say this, I do not feel that the stuff that we do on this board is performative allyship. I honestly, sincerely do think that we have done a decent job, a great job of putting our dollars where they need to be when our community is struggling. I just want us to continue that when our community is at its most troubled. So that's that. The only other thing, I will be talking with the manager. I know Commissioner Lomb, I don't know if you'll be able to give you yours. In the event that we have to pull and push some of these, please don't nobody take it personal. We love y'all. It's just some of them might have to be on a work session for a later time. It might be something we can do. Like, I'll give a good example. The Safety and Wellness Task Force, which I argue with a lot, actually did have a decent recommendation for, and I'm going to say the drug tester wrong, but it's $25,000. That is something I'm interested in buying. I don't need a presentation on it. I don't need to be put in a budget. Again, this is for you, Commissioner Carter. We can take it out of fund balance. But it was also one of the opioid, let me say this, or the opioid settlement money, right? So I don't want people to think, a lot of the requests that I have really tried to sit down and think of other places to get the money. I have. Now, I ain't saying other people haven't. I've had conversations. I know you guys, you ladies have done the exact same thing. So I'm just saying, like, that was one that Gudrun brought up. And I remember before she left, I really cared about it. There's one, and then a vehicle for it. How can we pay for that out of opioid dollars? So that is a request I have, but I don't have to have that discussion for budget. The other one that I would like to have, I think some people don't understand the dollars that we spend for tax incentives for companies. I want to clap it up for Andy Miracle. He produced that report about, what was it, last week? We all got it. We've seen how many jobs that we've gotten. And so that's a line item that people might not understand. Thank you. I'm pretty sure he didn't do the PR by himself, so thank you to Ms. Director Craig Ray's shop for getting that done. But if we could get 20 minutes on that, I would really appreciate that, because these are just to let people see that impact. Like, there have been things built, there have been tax dollars accrued from those, and I want to showcase to people that money that we pay out is way less than what we get in. Somebody correct me. Didn't he say for every tax dollar we expend it, we're getting $613 back? So I do think that 20 minutes on that in a budget conversation might be helpful, so that people don't think that we're quote unquote giving out tax breaks to billionaires, because that is absolutely not what we're doing. But I agree with the ones with my colleagues, and if I have to preface some of mine for another time, I completely get that. And last but not least, shameless plug, I'm going to always want $100,000 for my Black Boys Round Table. But again, I can wait. I want it on the budget because I want it to last longer than any of us are here. I want it to last longer than any of us are here. If we cannot get that, I will come back. That will be the one thing when I'm no longer commissioner, I will beg this body for, because I think it's worth it. And I'm going to end here. We gave more money to joint city-county planning to juvenile crime prevention, and they've been able to give out micro grants. And there's some nonprofits that I didn't think were going to make a big difference, and even I had to eat crow because I see what they're doing with the kids. And I feel like if we let the people who are closest to this issue, the folks who are on that black and brown males roundtable, that My Brother's Keeper Summit, if they are in a position to make micro grants on their own, or at least come to us with some recommendations, it's not like the Safety and Wellness Task Force. They asked for $2 million, and over $1 million. When they were in here last week, they've had that money for 2 years. They've not spent it. I know. Look, I'm not going to repeat what Commissioner Jacobs, but they had $1 million, right? I don't want to give a task force $100,000 and not let them use it. So that's the one. But again, I can't wait on that one if we have to. But I ain't gonna wait too much further after November 25th. That's all I'm gonna say. But those are the ones. I back up the ones for the school. I want to see one from Andy. I back up the one for DPS, and I do want to see something from Alliance. But thank you.
And we have the opioid settlement scheduled for the 30th. So that's going to incorporate some of the things that you mentioned.
And can we also do a press release once we do that one? Because everybody else, and I know we've done the work, but we've been getting a lot of press questions saying, why hasn't Durham decided what to do with that opioid money? That is not it. We are just not out talking about it all the time because we did it the right way. We did Gudrun did a road show. And so I do want people to know about that work that Rashana did and that Gudrun did, and so yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Jacobs.
I just want to follow up on your last comment that I believe not right now, but the manager is going to be coming back with the community intervention and support services.
Yes.
With some recommendations on some. I think there's going to be the opportunity to reallocate some funds and things. So I think there'll be a future opportunity.
Yes.
I hope you all heard that dog whistle.
Madam Clerk. Yes.
Our Chair Alam is waiting to speak as well.
Hi, Chair Alam. We took so long. Tell her we're sorry. And if she doesn't, she can email, but we can wait.
Chair Alam, are you able to hear us? We can't hear you.
Tell her to text me. While we're waiting, Manager, any other thoughts from you, or we just gave you a long to-do list?
We will be hard at work making sure we get this scheduled. I will also say, I think Commissioner Jacobs, we also had a conversation about soil and water. You wanted us, do you still want that? Okay. The Betsy program.
Right.
Okay. So we have, just to recap, so we have the Soil and Water Betsy program. We're going to ask the DPS superintendent and staff to come back. We're going to ask Dr. Chappelle to come and speak to us about the Durham pre-K. And when you mentioned the 300 East Main Street, Commissioner Jacobs. Okay, she's on the phone. Okay. Commissioner Jacobs has Chair Alum on speakerphone.
No.
Okay. Let me just leave this so I don't hear echo.
You're on the mic and speakerphone right now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. I just wanted to echo and say ditto to what other commissioners raised, especially around DPS. And one of the things that I know we've had conversations at our joint city-county meetings around like the different areas that we both support and fund within the city and county, but
Can't hear.
I see y'all struggling with the mic, so I don't know if you can even hear me.
No, we can hear you now.
Okay. With like the rental assistance programs that the city and county jointly contribute to in different ways, if you can get an update on like how conversations are going with the city manager on that, about like
It was in her budget.
just the shared responsibility as well as the 911 call center, and just different areas that the city and county overlap in, if we can incorporate that into the budget conversation somehow.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Great suggestion. Hug the babies.
Okay. So I will say, based on all of these wonderful suggestions, it looks like we're going to need to move to June 4th as well and use that date. But that's okay. That's why we have it reserved. I'm sorry, what did I say?
You said it. You
June
said it right.
4th? Okay. Okay.
June 4th.
So June 4th. Mm-hmm.
These will be succinct presentations.
Yes.
That was what I was reading.
Yes. So it'll be back-to-back days. So we have June 3rd, we already have had some things scheduled. So that's a Monday. And then the 4th.
If we do use June 4th,
It's 1:30 to 5.
I'll have to be on a conference call at 1 o'clock for an hour.
Okay. So you'll miss about 30 minutes of it because we're scheduled to start at 1:30 on June
1:30,
4th.
So, yeah, okay, it's fine. Then I'll just come here and make the call so that I can just walk in the office over.
Okay, great. Did anyone on staff need clarifications or have questions that we need to get answered before we start working on this? We're good? DCM Jones? You good? DCM Hager? Budget team is Keith. Oh, he's back in the corner.
Julio, did you have your hand up?
Oh, okay.
Okay, I
Come
thought
up.
I saw you
I was
lift
gonna
your
say,
hand up.
If you can come up to the mic so people can hear you, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. ACM Delgado. In regards to the 300, 500 block, how much, I'd like to know what kind of information you need for the presentation.
Yeah, good question. I was going to ask that when she was on the phone. Were you referencing like the child care space that we'll have?
Okay.
So she wants an update on where we are with that.
Gotcha. Thank you much.
I just wanted some clarification on Alliance. Just to be clear, Alliance funding was not decreased in the budget. It was held flat. So I want to be, but what is it exactly you want so when I contact Alliance to come?
I would like to know a breakdown of exactly what that funding is going to and what level is being funded for Threshold currently. What is the history of that funding, and what is the funding level that they provide to Threshold in other counties, or the same concept? I think in Orange County it's called Club Nova, but other mental health clubhouses.
Thank you. Commissioner Carter, I think we have in our notes, and I'm trying to get some clarification from our notes. You talked about HSAC, the Homeless Services.
Homeless Services Advisory Committee. I could just forward you the email with the request. If everyone wants me to re-forward that, I can.
And you want us to, what would you like for us to do with that? Do you want to ponder it among, you want them to come and talk to you all about it?
I think it's more like, what do we, what are our options for either funding some of it or none of it? I just think that's something we need to talk about among ourselves, and I guess hear from staff as to if there is any ARPA, potential, that kind of thing. Also, what the city's doing. How are they responding, if at all? The interesting thing is, it's almost like they asked so early, it kind of fell off our radar in a way. Last year they asked too late, and I think we encouraged them to ask sooner, and they just asked in February, and anyway.
Good. Is there any way, and I'm just wondering, and I wouldn't take it away because I know that's a big ask. It would be different if it was gap funding, because I think they've asked for 70-something. Not taking it away off the budget discussion, but is there any way that maybe we can, with the same discussion that Commissioner, that Chair Alam question, like these joint projects that we work on with the city, can we put that within that one and have
Yeah.
our staff? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Because Homeless Services Advisor, I think they've done it, but this is an example, whether it's eviction, homeless services, whether it's a lot of the joint plans that we do, that's one where we're asking them, so maybe put all that one into one and have staff present those recommendations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Instead of a separate one.
Yes, that's fine. And the Homeless Services Center, you know, the shelter, the day center, the combo, I don't know what to call it, Homeless Services Center. I saw in our budget that some funding had been removed from previous years, not just because it was already spent, I think. It was a one-time funding, right. However, I think it's connected to the need for ongoing funding, or at least capital funding, and I don't know where we are with that as a board or as a county, as a partner with the homeless shelter, Urban Ministries. I just don't know where we are.
Yeah. And I will say we have just recently assigned Samantha Smith to be our liaison because we didn't have a true person dedicated to working with HSAC. And so we do have someone now that is attending the meetings and that can bring back recommendations and needs to us. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Howerton, you spoke with the USA Games and how Durham can get on board. What exactly would you like the discussion to be about? What?
I'll give you, the manager and I'm meeting with Hill Carroll tomorrow and have more conversation. All I know is that Raleigh has already signed on as a partner, and Durham needs to sign on as well. I don't know what that means as far as dollars, and we'll find out tomorrow and let you know.
I suspect our county stadium will be a center of attention on some of those things. So
absolutely.
I don't know that anybody has the numbers yet, but for planning,
yeah, we're looking at over 1 million people coming through this area, so we've got to be prepared.
Several of you spoke of Hayti Reborn. Do you want them to come and propose a request again, or?
Yes, they are on.
They're already
scheduled
okay.
for
They're already
Thursday.
scheduled.
The 30th.
I want to make sure, because we've already had a PowerPoint. I'm interested in their budget.
Right.
We've
That's what
actually
they're coming
never
to,
gotten a detailed budget.
That's what you mentioned, and
yeah.
so they are coming to talk about the budget.
I just want to make sure we get that in advance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. We can make sure to do that.
All right, I think that's, and then Commissioner Alam, just to make sure you all would like to hear from a couple of our combined departments, shared departments on what they're doing and proposing. Rental assistance, I think E911.
And I know that the manager, somebody said it up here that she did put it in her budget, the 680
She
or
did.
whatever.
She put the 680 in there. Manager Page did.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's all we had, Vice Chair.
Thank you all so much. Look forward to talking to y'all and have a great day.
All righty.